Alright, good morning everyone. Welcome back to the show. I'm your charming, self-proclaimed yet still humble host Mukluk, and today we are back in Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader. Our second playthrough of the game, but first one in quite a while, where we are going through it and enjoying it again with all the new DLCs that they've added. With that, we are currently back in the palace, where we have just found our palace because we were separated from it, and we got a lot of folks to talk to here, figure out what's going on. Do you have a bingo card for the expansion stuff today? No, I don't, but I am looking forward to it. Yeah, so on the Guild Wars 2 side of things, we got one more teaser that is expected today, and then tomorrow is the expansion announcement. Alright, let's talk to Achillas again. What are your responsibilities here on Dargonus? Officially, I'm a secretary at this world's administratum department. Less officially, well, I'm afraid I can't disclose that even to you. In short, I collect and investigate reports of heresy taking root on upstanding planets of humanity. Above all else, I'm concerned about the Xenos threat that hangs over the entire Coronis expanse, including your protectorate. Sadly, my mission was complicated by the recent warp disturbances. I'm still trying to re-establish contact with many of my agents. Do you know anything about the cult of the Final Dawn? My knowledge is deplorably limited, your lordship. All my attention has been focused on tracking Xenos activity. I'm certain that Master Von Kalox can tell you much more about those heretics than I. Tell me about Xenos. The residents of the local systems are no strangers to skirmishes with the enemies of humanity, but recently the loathsome beasts seem to have completely flown off the handle. We're receiving reports from ships that made it through the warp to Dargonus. Both they and the colonies that they departed from are being attacked. We have identified the breed of Xenos that pose this threat, the Jakari, humanity's ancient and insidious foes. Be vigilant on your travels. The Xenos will undoubtedly attack a rogue trader's ship should they find the circumstances to be in their favor. Let's shrink that little guy down so you can see more of his portrait. Alright, good day, Makari. Hi, Lost Ely. Achillas. Unfortunately, the host of humanity, there are those who are willing to grovel before our enemies in the hopes of valuable reward. You may be interested to know that we are on the trail of such heretics. Achillas glances at a data slate. Overwhelming evidence indicates that a plundered void station in Landgren's Belt is being used as a base by a band of pirates who are not above dealing with Xenos. I was unable to persuade the Chancellor of the need to dispatch a ship there, but perhaps you would like to play a courtesy call to these scoundrels yourself. About your unofficial work. Achillas' amber eyes flash with interest. Yes? Whom do you truly serve? The rogue trader or the interrogator of the Inquisition? Achillas quickly glances at Heinrichs. And whom does the rogue trader serve? The Golden Throne? The Protectorate? Could it be that one stems from the other? And if so, is there any sense in discussing it? That was tactful misdirection. Morning, Bug Chat. Hey, Bluebell. Let's see. Bahamut says, saw your video on the bow icon and your mention not known any other historic heroes that use bows. Kieran Thackeray was well known to use a bow. I was reminded about Aiden. I think it also could be Aiden. I don't know Kieran Thackeray. That also made me remember that Kieran also used Paragon Seals later, was a Paragon hero you could get after quests. Warrior Paragon with longbow isn't outside the realm of possibility either. Maybe. Tell me about the noble houses of Dargonus. Oh wait, we already went through this. Okay, no. Let's see. The scars on your face. What happened? He coughs. 5 years ago, there was an accident. Several tanks of promethium exploded in the storehouse at my estate, and I was buried alive under the rubble. The Emperor preserved my soul, and the skilled physicians of Dargonus saved my body, except for my lungs, for which I had to part. I presume the incident was an attempt on my life, but the identity of whoever was behind it remains a mystery. Okay. Heinrichs. The lack of observers on this world has led your nobles to become extremely complacent. Today alone, I overheard 3 statements that, if I so wanted, could be turned into grounds for a charge of heresy. Curiosity Merchant. A finely dressed man greets you with an incredibly radiant smile. His meticulously polished jaw augmentation reflects the palace's interior as sharply as a mirror. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lusarius Carmelin, a collector of curiosities. Perhaps your lordship will find something useful among my offerings. That is a beautiful eagle. What is its name? His polished jaw shining, Laserius extends his hand toward the bird, a hand likewise made of shiny metal. Her name is Achillas. As soon as I saw her, I knew a creature of such proud grace simply must be properly taken care of. Now Achillas is an integral part of my life, as I am of hers. With a shrill cry, the eagle stabs her benefactor's metal palm with her beak. The augmetic groans while the merchant is still smiling as he modestly puts his hand back into his clothes and out of sight. Apologies. Achillas is still getting used to my replacement extremity. She liked the old one better. Judging by Achillas' displeased look, the bird's fondness for her owner's original extremity was of an alimentary rather than affectionate nature. What kind of curiosities do you sell? Lusarius points at his eagle, still smiling. Equipment for noble cyber assistance, of course. The demand is modest, as few in the Imperium can afford such luxury, but I'm glad to have found my calling. Judging by his expensive attire and ostentatious augmetics, Lusarius' wealth is unlikely to stem directly from his curiosity business. He came here following his heart, it seems, and not his greed. I want to see what sort of curiosities you have. Okay. Oh, shoot. This is... Okay, so he buys stuff, too. Cybermassive gains 10 strength, does 100% more damage. If the Cybermassive adjacent to an enemy at the end of the Overseer's turn, the Overseer gains 1 resolve until the end of combat. If the Overseer is radical, he owns random characteristic size. Whenever an ability extrapolated through the Servo Skull Swarm affects other creatures, Servo Skull Swarm gains stacking +5 int and fellowship to the end of the Overseer's next turn. If Dogmatic Adherent extrapolates 5 abilities in total, does each shock damage. Okay. Alright, some other interesting stuff here, but we need more profit factor. Alright. Where's the dog? Alright, so let's see. 10 weapons, 100% more damage. Any. Let's equip that one. Alright, let's do that. Okay. Let's see. Spoiler-free answer, please. I recently started playing Expedition 33, and I haven't watched your gameplay about it yet, and I want to experience it myself first. How did you like it? And in your opinion, is it Game of the Year material? First of all, my review. I did a Is It Worth It for Expedition 33 review video that is free of spoilers. However, the TLDR is I loved it. It was fantastic. And yes, I do believe it has a very strong chance at Game of the Year. There's 3 games I've played this year that really stand out to me for Game of the Year. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, Expedition 33, and Split Fiction. And I think Expedition 33 is the strongest chance. While we're on Dargonus, I will check the Secretary's reports and keep an eye on the logisticians. Master... Oh, hold on, it's not scrolling. Master Danrock does his job well, but a little scrutiny goes a long way with him. You wouldn't believe the kinds of poisons... Oh yeah, we read that last time. Cassia... For your deeds, you ought to be recognized as a saint of the Imperium, your lordship. Pascal. My appearance has caused a slight disturbance in the ranks of the servants of the Omnissiah assigned to the palace. Analysis of the performance of rituals and maintenance litanies has produced a satisfactory result. Good old Dargonus, it's boring here without Lady Theodora. She loved to liven up this sleepy little place with a couple of crazy decrees, and public floggings of flabbergasted nobles. The Von Valancius dynasty throne, a visible symbol of the Rogue Trader's power, which now belongs to you. Alright, let's quick save, let's talk to Clementia. Your lordship, Clementia bows her head politely. For a chancellor to a rogue trader, she is dressed rather simply. A parade doublet, polished boots, and a comfortable cloak. She bears a saber and a gilded scabbard, whether for show or protection, one could not say. Only her ring with a Rosarian coat of arms indicates that she is of highest social stratum. The governor is waiting on the periphery of the palace. Please let me know when you would like to see him. Awareness test failed. Clementia is different from most nobles, not just in the way she's dressed, but in her bearing too. Although, judging by the scars visible on her skin, at least some part of her education took place on a battlefield rather than within the secure confines of the Lyceum. What are your responsibilities as Chancellor? To put it simply, I am your trade representative. Any and all decrees, deals, official communication, and meetings are first reviewed by me and then forwarded to you and from you down to the hierarchy. My purview also includes overseeing your lordship's property, the palace, the estates, and many gardens, and other domains on Dargonus that you have inherited from Lady Theodora. And whenever you are present on Dargonus, consider me your personal secretary. Achillas Scalander, does he cause any problems? Why, none at all, your lordship. Secretary Scalander is an outstanding individual and a loyal servant of the Von Valancius dynasty. In Lady Theodora's absence, we collaborated on a number of issues related to the well-being of your domain, and he has proven himself quite capable. And I don't know why, but even the governor trembles before Achillas, which is unusual for a man of his, shall we say, standing. The last words bring a slight smile to her lips. Okay, so she either doesn't know that he also works for the Inquisition, or she's pretending to not know. What can you tell me about Dargonus? All deals and important decisions are made here in the capital. Many years ago, an ancestor of Lady Theodora signed an agreement with the Adeptus Administratum, which allowed for efficient management of the world and the neighboring systems. In accordance with the decree, a share of the planet's population was assigned to the Administratum and converted into servitor scribes. They now toil across the entire world. Oh my god. Yeah, you work for us, I'll give you some people to lobotomize. Dargonus is also a seat of several noble families who run all the major planets in the Protectorate. If I may express my not-so-humble opinion, they care very little about who exactly stands at the helm. Those piranhas think about their own profits just as much as they do about the prosperity of the Protectorate itself, if not more. And lastly, Dargonus has its own fleet, a luxury unavailable to the vast majority of other worlds in your realm. In addition to warships, the Protectorate also employs privateer ships which are used to transport cargo between worlds. Does the capital stay in contact with the other worlds in the Protectorate? Unfortunately, not at this time, your lordship. After the few representatives of the Adeptus Astra Telepathica on Dargonus went into a frenzy, some of the Psychers were tragically pacified by their respective authorities. Since then, communication with neighboring systems has been unreliable at best. Thanks be to the Master Mankind that you managed to find your way to the capital. If the noble houses are so volatile, what sense is there in keeping them? Over the many centuries, an intricate hierarchy has formed within the ruling elite of Dargonus. The great houses do more than plunder your treasury. It is replenished to a large degree thanks to their administrative work and their lands. Naturally, you can get rid of anyone whom you consider to be surplus to requirements, but right now it could threaten the fragile stability that is currently holding the Protectorate together. Tell me about Governor Drivestem. Urban Drivestem is a well-respected man, and not just on Dargonus, but throughout the Protectorate. For many centuries, his house has supported the capital's administration and the logistics between the Von Valancius systems. The Drivestem's efforts secured years of order and prosperity for Dargonus. What's more, Lady Theodora personally insisted that Lord Urban specifically be made the next governor. Fellowship succeeded. The way you speak of Drivestem, I hear a hint of either contempt or resentment. No, I don't believe I feel either, your lordship. Clementia's steely eyes stare into the distance, her jaw clenching visibly. She speaks in a polite but clipped manner, clearly frustrated by your insight. We have different views on how to run a world. We sometimes have discussions over the laws that are enacted, but we both work for the good of the Von Valancius Protectorate. That much can be said without a doubt. Are there any other issues I should be made aware of? Apart from the disrupted communications, Dargonus was recently raided by enemies of humanity. However, the fleet under the command of Captain Marthius Worsarium triumphed over the accursed Xenos. If you ask for my opinion on this matter, we have the situation completely under control. Awareness test succeeded. You catch her avoiding your gaze for just a moment for the first time. It's obvious that Clementia is looking out for her house's good name, but despite the confidence in her tone, you could tell that she does not entirely believe her own words. Thank you for the report, Chancellor. I serve the Valancius Protectorate, your lordship. Tell them I am ready to see the governor. Clementia bows before leaving. I shall arrange for him to be escorted to your study. 2 hours have passed. Hold on, I need a drink of water. Let's see. I haven't played Guild Wars 1. Can you explain the 3 classes and why it's so popular? Wait, what? Oh, that was toward Legendary. Gotcha. Alright, yeah, so someone else handled that question in chat. Mukluk von Valancius, 20th in his line, rogue trader, keeper of the Sacred Warrant, ruler of the Cronus Expanse from the Chronox system, to the 100 Dreams Crossroad, I bid you welcome. Urban Drivestem, governor of this great world, first and foremost, please accept my deepest condolences. It will be difficult to recover from the loss of a woman as great as Theodora von Valancius. It pains me to think that she is no longer with you. The citizens of Dargonus and of the entire Protectorate grieve alongside you. Please allow us to declare half a year of mourning so that we can honor the memory of our beloved lady. 6 months? The governor glances at Cabela anxiously, then immediately averts his gaze. Then he looks at her again, but when Cabela lets out a grim chuckle and stretches her lips, daubed in fresh blood, you're wearing lipstick as blood as lipstick? Into a petrifying grin, the governor turns away from her sharply, all but squealing in fear. It's all the same to me. Do as you see fit. I will immediately give all necessary instructions, your lordship. He casually presses a few buttons on the cogitator built into his gold bracer. Esteemed Mukluk, Lady Theodora was a strong leader, and we ought to follow her example. Let us lean on her wisdom and persevere in spite of this tragedy together. Let us carry on where she no longer can by leading the Von Valancius Protectorate to even greater prosperity. Alas, it won't be an easy task to accomplish. Some time ago, the astropaths of Dargonus flew into a rage, and they had to be subdued. We are gradually restoring our ability to speak with neighboring worlds, but the contacts are still weak, and the routes are tangled and no longer lead to the systems that the captains expect them to. Given that the vast majority of ships in Dargonus Navy travel without relying on the services of navigators, without your engagement, the well-being of the entire Von Valancius dynasty and billions of its subjects is presently at risk. Kunrad Voigtvier, former Master of Whispers, is a heretic and a traitor. Has he shown his face on Dargonus? The governor pensively strokes the rings glittering on his fingers. Lord Voigtvier visited the capital some time ago, but he did not request a personal meeting. A heretic, you say? Now I see where all the whispering in the corridors has come from. I shall be frank with you, your lordship. Lady Theodora's sudden death was a blow to every one of us, and the absence of any sort of verifiable and complete information about her successor gives grounds for all manners of rumors and misinterpretations, especially if someone is deliberately inciting unrest and discontent. Naturally, none would dare challenge you by accusing you of something as sacrilegious as murdering a rogue traitor. However, Kunrad Voigtvier was once a true boon to the Protectorate back in the day, and as such, some might heed his words. Oh my god. Alright, so once again, I said I was doing a dogmatic playthrough, and we're getting to a chance to look at dogmatic stuff, and oh my god. Basically he's saying lobotomize the people that talked back and turn them into robots. Alright. I sentence all who have dared to make heretical remarks about the rogue trader to servitude in perpetuis. Machines aren't prone to dissidence. I shall immediately make all the arrangements so that your order can be carried out properly. Drivestem bows. +4 dogmatic. What exactly do the Dargonus nobility expect from me in light of the loss of routes and communication from other worlds? We are troubled by the fate of the agri-world Xenos that supplied Dargonus and other planets with foodstuffs. Empty stomachs can drive even the mildest rabble to revolt. Furthermore, House Gaproc is perturbed by the loss of communication with industrial world Kiava Gamma, which is in their charge. But if you wish to know my opinion, the world that deserves your attention the most is the penile world, Phobos 6, one of the key mining suppliers in your protectorate. Commerce succeeded. Such intriguing concern for Phobos 6 outposts. Doesn't your house happen to own the extractium stations there? Drivestem's beady eyes widen in fear. Your lordship, I beg of you, do not interpret my words as an attempt to influence your decisions in any way. You see, without Phobos 6, the manufactorums on your worlds will need to make haste to find new suppliers elsewhere and arrange for new shipments. And in these troubling times, they run the risk of delays and other most tragic mishaps. My only concern is for the prosperity of the Von Valancius dynasty. I have already secured the Agri-World Janus. Governor Viat found herself facing a number of problems in my absence. Truly, the Viat line is one of the oldest in the Von Valancius Protectorate. If the inheritor of such well-respected blood could not handle whatever had befallen her, the situation must have been extraordinary indeed. Vistenza succumbed to worshipping the ruinous powers and was executed. Drivestem pales in terror. It is clear from the unseemly grimace on his Aristotic countenance that his fear is not feigned. Ruinous powers! Truly horrifying news. I commend your resolve and unwavering severity. Death to the enemies of humanity. That does it for the planets and the trade routes. What else? Xenos, your lordship. I don't rightly know where to begin. He rubs the bridge of his nose wearily. Otherworldly beasts are not an uncommon sight in the Coronis expanse. There have been a menace to the worlds this side of the Maw for decades, but now those abominations are on the rampage. They show no signs of fear as they attack ships, either by damaging them to the point where they become unfit for transport duty, or outright gutting them. Only you have the power to stop this madness. We are in the process of restoring the astropathic choir of Dargonus. Luckily, we were forced to slay some of the deranged psychers. Wait, what? Oh, luckily we were forced to slay only some of the deranged psychers. Although those that remain are as yet unable to transmit... I have so much trouble reading this for some reason. Those that remain are as yet unable to transmit messages. I hope Master Scalander will keep his word and offer you his support in the war against the Xenos. According to his reports, the region of Vivos 6 has been of particular concern in the last few cycles, which is all the more reason to discover the colony's fate as soon as possible. Now, to issues on a smaller scale. There is a certain degree of tension in the capital due to the unorthodox secession of the Sacred Warrant. Chances of uprisings are minimal, of course, and the spreading of rumors is nothing but a sign of weakness of mind and spirit. Nevertheless, I have prepared a list of minor houses that have demonstrated unseemly discomposure at your succession. What is to be done about them? Command the spinners of the blood-spun web, and they will set a fine snare of retribution, Damen. We will whisper names, and that whisper will drown out insolent voices. Well, last time I played this, the blood-spun web wasn't part of the story. That was from one of the DLCs. So, let's try that. Cabela, I entrust the burden to the blood-spun web. Unravel the tangle of plots and foil them. It will be done, Damen. Let the sacrament of the hunt commence. A cold sweat breaks out on Drivestem's face. He forces a subservient smile on his face. This will bring the noble houses into line for years to come, your lordship. It will make them fear not only blasphemous words, but also their own shadows. And one last thing, your lordship. Your inauguration as bearer of the Sacred Warrant is but a matter of time, and I would like to inquire about one crucial detail. I imagine you are intending to uphold the centuries-old tradition, bolstered by an equally long-lasting friendship of being represented on Dargonus by one of the noble houses. I presume that, as before, this duty will be accorded to House Drivestem. One moment. What houses can represent me at the ceremony? Any of the noble houses located on Dargonus, the Drivestem family, which I lead, the Gaprak family, with long ties to the Adeptus Mechanicus, the Sarbaks, known for their piety and diligence in service. Perhaps I should also mention the Rosarians, who have some influence, but who are not actually of noble origin. Any one of those houses would be honored to represent you at the ceremony. Now, obviously, there is some inkling to have the Rosarians do it, because you've been getting to know Abelard. But, you know, the other three, you just met all of the other three at the same time. This... let's see. I don't care, just don't fight too hard over the bone. The governor hurriedly lowers his head in an obliging bow, but you catch a glimpse of a grimace on his face. He's clearly displeased by your words. In that case, I think it's appropriate not to change the esteemed order of things. You will be represented by the governor of House Drivestem. Tell me about yourself and House Drivestem. It would be my pleasure to enlighten you. My house is the oldest and most respected on Dargonus. My ancestors walked side by side with yours for many generations as they cared for this world's welfare. Our duty is to supervise the governing bodies within the system subservient to you, and we are responsible for the Protectorate's logistics and economic stability. As for me personally, I am a humble servant of the Emperor and a loyal subject of the Rogue Trader, and to my great pleasure, I had the honor of calling myself Lady Theodora's close friend. At Urban's last words, Abelard lets out a sound that could be interpreted as either a snort or a cough. Urban gives him a look which Abelard meets with an expression of utter nonchalance. I would like to complete my inauguration as Rogue Trader as soon as possible. When is the ceremony? I'm afraid that until you deal with pressing issues, the ceremony will have to be postponed. Many trade routes are still unavailable, the central worlds of the Von Valancius Protectorate are going through a crisis, and warp disturbances, if Void observers are to be believed, will prevent important guests from reaching the capital. That will be all, I take it. Thank you for your time, your lordship. Since duty calls, I shall take my leave. May the Emperor's grace be with you. Okay. Restore the operation of the administrative operation. Dargonus. Wait, what is that? Hold on. Kiava Gamma. Asteroid the Chapel. Or the investigation. Talk to Argenta on the ship. Sacred Exchange Paired. Choirmaster Wise. I think I did that. Villain dwells in the inhabitant base. Take Heinrich's Kiava Gamma. Eldari. Basara. Okay. So I think we're done here for now. Go with the Rosarians just to anger the rest. I'm pretty sure I did that on my last playthrough, because the way that you go through the game, assuming you're playing like a decent human being, which I'm currently not, you know, Abelard Rosarian is like your homie. And so you definitely are kind of inclined to favor him at the thing. And then the alternatives is 3 families you've never met before. Here, Leia. The walls of your home suffocate me, Elantok. I long to leave this twisted world at first opportunity. Jay. Such illustrious society, such well-heeled nobles. Indeed, it would be worth visiting Dargonus even without getting to know you better. Hold on a sec. This world offers a huge scope for doing business. Kibella. Make your people leave, Daman. Their idle questions are getting in the way of my watch. Argenta. Glory to the God Emperor. Wait, did I click on her correctly? Inspire us with strength and give us the courage to overcome troubles and suffering in your name. Alright, this little servo skull that follows me around, and it's just like, yeah, fuck is great, ah, like it's constantly getting in the way. Mundus, wait, what is that? I don't know what that is. We're about to find out. Terrible news from Dargonus, Lord Captain. A subsidiary hive city, Scipion 84249, has been destroyed in a series of cascading failures. Production is halted and millions of people have broken their vows of obedience and are fleeing. Many of them are perishing in the wastelands and overloading transport lines leading to neighboring hives. The surrounding residential sectors are becoming increasingly agitated by the influx of refugees. What is your directive regarding the distribution of these people? What is the cause of this catastrophe? It is still unclear. The noble houses are casting blame on one another. Agents of the esteemed Achilles Scalander, stationed in Scipione 84249, died heroically while trying to save the population from the disaster. Their final reports mentioned some vulnerabilities in the industrial sectors of the lower hive, but did not go into further detail. Good morning, Muck and chat. By the way, Muck, I saw you beat Spider-Man 2. What will you play Wednesday evening? I beat the main story questline, the MSQ of Spider-Man 2. There's still a lot of side stories that are really good that I want to finish, so we probably have at least one more day of Spider-Man 2. Their final reports mention vulnerabilities in the industrial sectors of the lower hive, but did not go into further detail. All your servants are currently too busy dealing with consequences of the crisis to investigate its causes. What say my advisors? The death of Achilles' agents trouble me. It may not be a coincidence. Until the cause of the disaster can be concretely established, I would avoid letting refugees into other hives. There may be saboteurs among them. I recommend setting up prohibitive cordons where the refugees can be contained in the wasteland between the hives. The Emperor bids us to face the often cruel strokes of fate with dignity. If the other hives do not wish to accept the unfortunate victims of this tragedy, let the victims themselves teach those living in the hives a lesson in resilience and humility. I am sure the ecclesiarchy will aid the refugees in constructing camps to survive in the wastelands and establish a community of proud desert-dwelling martyrs. Such harsh conditions will be a crucible of fortitude and fearlessness, this tragedy a feat of spirit. I like Heinrich's plan. Heinrich, set up prohibitive cordons at the perimeter of the hives. I will draft a few orders for my informants on Dargonus. The refugees quickly realized that they would not find shelter in the hives and dispersed across the wastelands. A harsh lesson in discipline has been delivered in the capital. Von Calix's agents have run a thorough investigation to identify many of the refugees who had managed to reach and hide in the hives. Remembering how the rogue trader had treated their relatives and neighbors, they could have plotted their revenge if only they hadn't been expelled into the wastelands. Thanks, Von Kalux. Okay, and now we get to design something on the planet. So, restoration. A new hive city will be established on top of the ruins of Scipione 84249. Lose a profit factor, gain a bunch of stuff. Okay. Let's see. Extasiums for the nobility. Palace extasiums will be constructed on top of the ruins of Scipione for the aristocracy. The dead and the dying will fertilize the gardens that will ring these pleasure chambers. What the hell? The rogue trader will get +5 bonus to all skills. Oh my god. Dude. It's like terrible thing, awesome result. Imperium. I thought that was a bong for a second. The surviving spine of Scipione will be rebuilt into a space elevator. It will be capped by an emporium, accepting those ships that are too heavy to land on the surface. -2 route costs, +1 profit, -1 security, and we get income of a bunch of weird stuff. The stat complacency always confuses me, because being complacent is usually viewed as a bad thing. But when you gain it, it's listed in green. I'm gonna take that +5 to all stats. Okay. So have we visited everything here? Think so. Alright, let's go to the bridge. We've got at least one level up for everybody to go through. Okay, Overseer. Cannot level up toughness. Alright, strength. Let's see. Alright, we could choose an Arbites thing,
look, it's
a
the
Death
tree
World
of birds.
thing,
How are you today?
or one of the regular things. Shield only occupies a slot in a single weapon set. Allows wearing of power armor. That sounds great. I haven't found any. Hi, Bird Tree. Increases wounds by half the character's level. That's certainly not bad. Allies in a 3-cell radius will have 7% more damage. If you're more than 90% health, immune to lots of negative effects. Let's do that. Alright, Cabela. Let's do agility. Let's just give her more hit points. That's never a bad option. Hey, Mugchat. Hi, Goddess. Let's see. Birdtree says, Mug, started playing Guild Wars 1 this morning, made an Ellie. It feels tricky after the Charseer, Ascalon, and then all the missions and those massive maps doing quests. It feels tricky? Why does it feel tricky? Let's see. Pascal. What do we want to give him? Ballistic skill, I think. Medicae Mechadendrite. Give him another arm. It's like Build-A-Bear Workshop. Alright, what do we got? Let's do toughness. Can he take a Psyker talent at this level? Yes, he can. Psyker Terminus. There we go. Alright. Ballistic skill. Navigating around areas I can't jump over. What could be a simple straight path is a massive jaunt. Oh, yeah. So typically, if I ever had pathing issues, right, because like you can use WASD to move, right? But you could also just click on the ground to move to a spot. So if there's ever a spot and I can't figure out how to get there, I just click there and let the character figure it out. So the way that you said it, I thought you were saying Elementalist itself got tricky to play after that point in the story, and I didn't understand. I get it now. Hit points. Let's see. Fellowship, perception. Let's do perception for her. So Guide of Souls. Hmm. 10% dodge. Alright, and the last two characters, the other characters I'm not actively using in my party at the moment. So, don't have to worry about those right this second. Alright. I can click on the map and let my character go there. Yeah. Oh wait, I still need to talk to Argenta. Back to the bridge for a sec. Yes. Yes, Bird, you can. Not, to be clear, not the map. Like on the game. Like, not your mini-map, you know, but, like, anywhere in the... Like, you could click down there, and your character will walk all the way, find the stairs, and go down there, you know, like that. That's what I mean, if that was unclear. So if there's ever, like, a hard-to-reach spot, you just click on the spot and just give your character a second.
Greetings.
I am waiting for you to tell me about your past and explain the strange words of the cultist on Footfall.
Yes, I'm ready. I would ask only one thing of you, rogue trader. If I may, I would like to see the chamber of the sacred warrant and kneel before the relic touched by the Emperor himself. A difficult conversation lies ahead of us, and I wish to pray by the relic before I lay my soul bare.
Of course, let us go there right away. Hey Muck, not financial advice, but S&P 500 is minus 0.17 right now. What the hell are you talking about? S&P? Soap and pencils? I don't know what you're talking about. Argenta drops to her knees, her hands making the sign of the Aquila. Her eyes are locked on the sweeping signature on the warrant. A seemingly mundane thing, merely a flourish on a piece of paper, unless one knows whose hand left that mark and whose blood is on that paper. Argenta, if thou seest a flaw in me, smite me. If thou knowest a fall of mine, burn me. With flames of fury and righteousness, but if thou seest a light in me, grace me. If thou hearest this plea of mine, bless me. With wrath of fury and of righteousness. Argenta's voice is sonorous, as if made for singing hymns and prayers, but right now she cannot seem to catch her breath, so overwhelmed with emotion is she. For I breathe by the will of thine, for I live by the will of thine. I carry thy word, O Emperor. I bring solace to servants of thine, and ruin to foes of thine, a fate of terror and righteousness. Upon finishing, she closes her eyes and remains silent for a long time with her head raised high. Slowly, like the first flick of a flame in a campfire, a smile blossoms on her lips. When Argenta finally opens her eyes, they are alight with uncanny resolution. Rogue Trader, we need to talk, or rather, I need to tell you something. In truth. The truth about how I ended up on Theodora von Valancius' ship, and about the cultists we encountered on Footfall. I'm listening. Please understand, I couldn't trust you before. I'll tell you my story and you'll see why. Argenta pauses. I'll start at the beginning. It's easier to piece everything together that way. Upon arriving in the Expanse and on Footfall, I found no purpose here, only torment. I wasn't needed. The reliquary I had been assigned to safeguard was already well protected by Reverend Hieronymus' mission, and no one was even trying to defile it. It's, for all its lawlessness, Footfall respects and worships the Emperor. That was when Lady Theodora, head of your dynasty, appeared. She became an agent of divine will in a way. Argenta falters, searching for the words. It was from her that I learned about a planet recently discovered by her scouts, Salus Prime. For a rogue trader, the planet was of little interest, a feral world away from convenient warp routes. But for me, learning about its existence was a revelation. I've never heard of such a planet. Does it belong to the von Valancius dynasty? Yes. Now the planet is yours by right, but it's not as simple as that. The warp route leading to it was lost. I will explain in due time. May I continue? Please continue. The description of Salus Prime was familiar to me. It seemed very similar to a world from an ancient legend, the legend of Saint Argenta and her ship. Her voice grows reverent. Argenta, the living saint, she is my patroness, the order named me after her. She died millennia ago when heretics caused her ship to fall from the skies. But even those blasphemers could not touch Argenta's ashes or her holy relic, the One Star. For the fallen ship, which now served as the resting place for the saint's remains, would only allow the truly righteous to enter. All others would meet their death. Imagine what I felt when this flash of insight came upon me. The world where St. Argenta's ship fell was merely a vague legend. No one knew its actual whereabouts. And suddenly, I myself, named after the saint, come across this information. I realized at that moment that it was a portent and that I must journey to the planet and find the ship. So I asked Reverend Hieronymus to let me go for a time on a personal pilgrimage. I boarded Theodora's ship and demanded passage to the newly discovered planet Salus Prime. Why did you keep your supposition from Reverend Hieronymus? Surely he could have helped you with the search for the ship and the saint's remains. I couldn't just come out and tell him. It was a portent revealed to me personally, can't you see? I told Reverend Hieronymus the honest truth, that I was going on a personal pilgrimage to embolden my spirit. It really was a pilgrimage. It was as if Saint Argenta herself had shown me the way, commanding me to undertake this ritual. If I had found the ship and set foot on its decks, if I had laid my hand on her remains in the relic, it would have been a sign that I truly had been blessed with the saint's favor. Chastised. That was irresponsible of you. If you had gotten yourself killed on the planet, no one would have learned about its existence and the Holy Relic would have been lost. Holy relics cannot truly be lost, Argenta says stubbornly. When the time is right, they reveal themselves to the worthy, but I will accept this reproach and try my best to think on it. What happened next? Defeat, Argenta says bitterly. The ship's augers failed to detect anything of note during orbital scanning. I was expecting this, though. According to the legend, the ship can conceal itself from the naked eye, and only a pilgrim guided by pure heart can find it. What I didn't expect was an ambush waiting for us on the planet. I landed there with a small unit provided by Theodora. I know Saint Argenta's hagiography by heart. I know all the legends about her. I followed their obscure clues, the descriptions of mountains and rivers from millennia-old times, and I was certain I had found the way to the ship, and that's when we were attacked. The words we heard in the heretic shrine on Footfall, something about ways, doors, please addressed to some lord, the edge of daybreak, Argenta is shaking with disgust. They were the same words as those spoken by the cultists who attacked us on Salus Prime. My whole unit perished, all those honest, brave people I had led to search for the relic. It was only by a miracle that I didn't perish along with them. I didn't connect these events at first, the cultists on Footfall, the cultists on Salus Prime, the cultists attacking the ship, and Kunrad's betrayal. What if they are all links in the same chain? What if they've long since infiltrated the ranks of the Von Valancia's servants? What if I led those heretics to the sacred planet with my search? So how did you manage to escape the cultists? Argenta hangs her head. Theodora's people received the distress call, came to my rescue, and brought me aboard the ship. I barely remember what happened. When they arrived, I was already severely wounded, fighting back with whatever remained of my strength. I think I shouted that we had to go after them, but they didn't listen. They took me to the shuttle and pulled out. After that, it's all blackness. When I came to, we were already in the middle of a warp jump. Lady Theodora had urgent matters to take care of, and she decided she could clear out the planet at a later time. Sadly, the only one who might have all the answers, Kunrad, escaped. Oh yes, and I sincerely hope we will meet him again. That serpent needs to answer a few questions before he's plunged into cleansing flame. And that's why you didn't trust me before, correct? Yes, Rogue Trader. Argenta looks you in the eye. I saw with my own eyes how a member of your family showed his true colors as a servant of the archenemy. I had already suffered a humiliating defeat at the hands of cultists and was afraid of another betrayal. I couldn't be forthright with you, and so I studied you looking for seeds of corruption or the light of righteousness. And what did you find? A man who stood shoulder to shoulder with me and helped eradicate the cultists on Footfall. Argenta smiles as if reminiscing about a pleasant evening spent in the company of friends rather than a bloody battle. It's like long walks on the beach for her. So just to clarify, you were wounded, but you never found Saint Argenta's ship, is that right? Yes, I rushed to Theodora the moment I could walk again, but I insisted on going back to Salus Prime to defend the relic from heretics. But I was told that the warp had destroyed the old route to the planet and that plotting a new one would take a great deal of time and effort. As if there could be anything more important than protecting the faith and hunting down servants of the archenemy. In any event, the route was lost, and all knowledge of it died in the attack on the ship along with the old navigator. But now we have a new lead, the data that we collected in the cultist shrine on Footfall. I don't care what that reprobate we executed said. There must be a way to track them down. Tell me, Rogue Trader, will you help me in this undertaking? Will you help me find this great relic and return it to the people of the Imperium? If the accursed Final Dawn is involved again, it is my duty to help you. That cult must be reduced to ashes throughout the entire Coronis expanse. Argenta walks up and places her hand on your shoulder. Don't touch me. So be it, Rogue Trader. As I stand here before the warrant, the embodiment of the Emperor's will marked by his own hand, I vow I will not relent until the Holy Relic has been returned and the heretics punished. And may the light be with us both on this path. Okay. Okay. Map. Alright. Alright, I think, let's see, already explored, already explored, already explored. Okay. Bigger map! Alright, chart new routes. Lots of stuff. So that's Key Alpha Gamma, way the heck over there. Alright, lots of stuff. Forge a path to Evo 6. Alright, let's see. Let's decrease the threat there. Ship's enforcers notified officers about a strange insect-like creature appearing on the astropathic chamber deck. The entity was destroyed, but the incident was recalled a few days later when one of the astropaths lost his mind, shrieking about a splitting headache. The psyker perished shortly after, and the autopsy revealed the presence of countless bloated larvae consuming his brain. The corpse and the insects were safely disposed of. The ship left the hostile immaterium and returned to real space. Oh, how nice. Chart new routes. Alright, visit this system. Hang on a second. Let's do that. Oh, what? Hold on. I messed up a few settings. No. Okay, someone said give him a coffee. Man. Alright, and let's scan that. Alright. Let's see. Dead world. Nothing interesting here. Okay. Next planet. After analyzing the auger data, the officers were surprised to discover that the planet was once covered with oceans. Long ago, an unknown cataclysm caused the seas to dry out and turn the world into a lifeless desert. The most amazing discovery of all was the skeletal remains of colossal oceanic organisms, some large enough to be seen from orbit. From orbit! Life is fragile even for creatures this enormous. Like, that's not talking about whales at that point. $50 XP. Alright. Oh, I'm checking these off. Alright. Dead world. Wow. Okay. Well, just a bunch of XP here. Alright. Next solar system. Another watch aboard the void ship has come to an end. The Lord Captain, having given his final orders for the day, retired to his chambers for some divine rest. However, the rogue trader's slumber was disturbed by horrific nightmares plaguing his mind. Fate wrenched the Lord Captain out of his clutches of these agonizing warp dreams, only for him to witness the nightmares seeping through the flimsy membrane of the Geller field and taking physical shape on the ship's Sanctum Sanctorum. To battle. Damage taken by Bodie McBoatface 6. Demons coming in. We got demons on the walls. Oh, they're. Oh, wait. Are they in my. Oh, no, I don't even have my people. Are they, like, in my room?
In this tapestry of the world,
well done. Okay, I vaguely remember this in my last playthrough, and it was a lot harder last time because I was a squishy healer support, and this is really rough. But this time, I made my character the frontline tank, so I think I'll be okay. Daemonettes. Possessed Technomat. Alright, let's do Protect on me.
Wicked thought. What if... a wicked thought. A genius at work.
In ecstasy.
Schemes within the schemes.
Emperor, protect me. Don't touch me. Embrace excess. Look out. Burn monotony.
The navigator's here.
Be careful not to cross my gaze.
Oh my god, look at this. Navigator, please be so kind as to open your third eye.
Navigator's might.
You get an extra cookie for lunch.
No! These ruby flashes are choking me. If only that were possible. I am a navigator, not a servitor. Brink of agony.
A wicked thought.
I am unsatisfied.
Let's see. A wicked thought.
I haven't seen the dog attack yet.
Into sensation.
Cabela's here. Goth girlfriend, help!
Another foe.
Oh, shoot, I didn't even see this one.
Isn't this a job for the sir? I'm not accustomed to being ordered around. My soul sings in
Behold my artistry! A genius at work.
Hold on, I need to read Protect again. She's an ally, Sarah has to be against that ally, but doesn't have to repeat, is close to 100, Sarah has to start against adjacent enemies. Oh, that hit all three of those, that's nice. Another order is going. And didn't he have, hang on. Didn't I have something on him? Daemonette has an aura that debuffs you. Oh, okay. When the Cybermastiff hits the apprehended enemy or an enemy adjacent to the protected ally, it gains +1 to key stats. That's what I was thinking of. When it hits an enemy that when it's using Protect, it gets +1 to all stats. And that just keeps making it stronger.
Schemes within schemes. What if? Let's see.
protect me. Don't touch me.
Pascal, my man! Wait, whose turn is it? Okay, I gotta be careful. I'm... Alright, let's try not to hit the dog with this.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain, as duty demands. If I may.
I am your blade and shield.
Alright, let's see. Apprehend on that guy.
Thought.
And then protect on me.
Within the skins.
I am unsatisfied.
So now... see, Siren Executors plus 12. Voice of commands. Wait, where's the battle mode terror? Is that it? Stacks 3 of... okay, so yeah, it's got 3 stacks so far. Okay.
A genius at work.
To the brink of agony.
A wicked thought.
Emperor, protect me.
Who's that? Oh, it's Heinrichs.
Me. If you insist, Lord, another foe painted black.
And Cassia came in and just killed like 20 of them. Oh, there's... I was like, what's going on? Okay, there's another one right there.
I am a navigator, not a servitor.
Well, my carpet is an absolute mess.
Curiosity sings in my veins.
Alright, and all of that just happened because we did a warp jump on an orange line. Ugh. Alright, so hold on. That's a yellow. I'm trying to... hold on. I'm trying to remember how much of this you get each time you do chart new routes. So we got 6 currently. Repair ship. Looks like we got 3 worlds and pirates or something here. Yep, extract that. What's this? The ship's augurs have detected a non-native mineral cluster on the planet's surface, probably the remains of an ancient asteroid shower. The substance is valuable, but collecting it will not be easy. The asteroid sits right above numerous underground caverns. The ancient tunnels and vaults are incredibly unstable and would likely not bear the weight of a large group of humans, let alone a shuttle. Athletics check, take the risk, send a shuttle. The crew's expertise made it possible to collect the mineral without disturbing the ancient caverns. Gain 10 experience. Now there's plasteel there. Sure. Next planet. It's kind of funny how my ability to be athletic on my character translates to the shuttle landed safely and no one died. Another mechanism fragment. A surviving piece of archaeotech mechanism of unknown purpose discovered among the wreckage of an ancient Imperial vessel on one of the planets of Narmer 4. And that's it, I'm out of extractums. Got that one getting provisions. Actually, before I go in there, let's tap quick save, just in case.
The Emperor is on our side.
Oh, that's right. We have the little escort ship because of the mission we did, and it's currently soaking a lot of fire right now.
Initiate macro cannon barrage. Engage the lads.
It's almost dead. The gun on our left still hasn't fired yet. Oh, wait. I just realized something. This gun has 2 shots per turn. The right side guns could still fire some more.
The destination is known.
Warp wave, let's twist that one. Nice. Shallow jump. Can't quite reach it. Actually, wait. Increase range of weapons for 1 turn.
Commence the symphony of macro cannons.
Okay, have them shoot the torpedoes. Okay, he's trying to get away.
Engage the lads.
His shields on the back are down.
Engage the macro cannons.
Nice. Oh, it's very different when you've got another ship taking all the shots on the first turn. Very different indeed. Dead world. Alright. Mike, do you think Dervish has been shown yet? Or do you think it will be revealed tonight? Or do you think the devs have gone bad? We've shown enough players with Written Paragon. I don't know. Alright, hold on. So we got 6 now. 7. So just 1. Okay. I don't know for sure if we are getting that. I meant to reduce the difficulty of that before going. Permission to report. Your proctor has arrested my voidsman and is demanding his execution. A repeat offender, he says. Please do something, Lord Captain. Who is the voidsman? He's one of mine. Not as big of an idiot as the rest of the idlers. He understands the control systems. He can make sense of the readouts. Him? A repeat offender? Bring the detained man to me immediately. I will personally interrogate him. Consider it done, Lord Captain. So this is a new quest, because this involves the Arbites guy. Den says, are you waiting for Guild Wars 2 new expansion? I mean, I think we're all waiting. I don't think we have a choice. Lord Captain, I beg you to look into this outrage. This cyber horror nearly chewed up my assistants, and one of them's been left without 2 of his fingers. Instead of calming his beast, the arbitrator attacked my crewman. Solomorn waits for the end of Master Helmsman's words and coolly turns to you. His crewman is a wanted man, rogue trader. He is accused of subverting sacred tithe shipments, smuggling, kidnapping the Imperium subjects, and bribing officials. Were we not on your flagship, I would have executed the heretic on the spot, but here you are the authority and you are the court. Solomon, why are you so certain that this is the man you're seeking? Because I was personally involved in tracking down and purging the Shadows of the Abyss crime syndicate to which the perpetrator belongs. The case was in the Calixis on the world of Helvika Prime, but for arbitrators, time and distance do not mitigate guilt. The man before you is the former captain of a smuggling ship owned by the Syndicate. Check the heretic's left arm. Every Syndicate member has a distinctive implant by which they recognized each other. It was the implant's signature that Glato picked up during his patrols. Ravor, did you know about this? If I went sticking my beak into the past of every one of the hundreds of people in the crew, I wouldn't have time to steer your ship. All I know is that when everything went to grok scrap on Rykad Minoris, this one oversaw the work at the docks so that the fools didn't trample each other to death in their panic. Later, he ran into a friend at the port of Footfall, and they found us some parts within a day. He's even got arms growing out of the right places. He might even make it to Junior Helmsman if it keeps up. Why did you attack my subjects, Solomon? The bastard tried to run when he saw me. His fellow crew members hesitated and didn't make way for me. There was no time to find out if they were abetting the perpetrator or just panicking, so I had to use Glyto for suppression purposes. How did a criminal from Calixtus find his way onto my ship? He was among the servants sent to you by Governor Medina. Accused, do you have anything to say? The long-haired voidsman flinches when you address him. Your lordship, the governor of Helvetica Prime was a scumbag who abhorred the light of the God Emperor. The things he did to the people under him, we only survived by stealing from him, or else we'd have ended up in a corpse pit like 1 in 4 did after a distribution station accident. Once I got out of there, that was it. I was out of that business for good, and when I found myself in your service, I realized that it was a gift of fate, and I'd be a fool if I didn't repay such a good fortune with my wholehearted toil. I have made my decision. I await your orders, rogue trader. The master helmsman shoots a look of naked dislike at Solomorn. Let's see. Caboose has been, I've been following you for years for Guild Wars 2 content. Keep it up. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it, and I will be keeping it up. Let's see. Option 3 is execute him. Option 2 is send him to the factotum. Ravor, this talented voidsman is your responsibility. Should he commit any misdeeds henceforth, you will have to answer for them. Yes, Lord Captain. Ravor's disgruntled grimace momentarily dissipates. Bodie McBoatface has gained the ability Capable Hands. Repairing the ship will now take 15% less scrap. When every professional counts, does it matter how exactly they obtain their skills? The rogue trader does not shun people with murky past, thus earning him respect of Ravor's motley crew. Then this case is closed. With your permission, I will return to my duties. I like how his dog just ate 2 fingers from a staff member, and he's just like, okay, we're good. If you hover over the lines next to the option, you see what you get for selecting it. Oh, did I miss that? I'll try to look for that next time. Save the Eldari. Oh god, Eldari. F5. Is that his official title? Yeah, I named the boat Bodie McBoatface. Or I named the ship Bodie McBoatface. I forgot. Lord Captain, Jakari ships are patrolling the system. The likelihood of slipping past their patrols unnoticed is close to 0. Where am I? I'm right here. Alright, quick save, because I don't know how tough this fight's gonna be. You failed to get past enemy ships unnoticed. The nearest Jakari ship attacks at once. Get ready, others will soon join it. I mean, it says you failed to slip past. I wasn't really trying to. I was going straight at them. Just gas pedal to the floor, driving right at them. Oh no!
Witness our victory.
My stealth. Alright, first off.
Unleash our fury. Voidmaster, if you please. Let the macro cannons sing their twisted song.
Alright. Hit it with a twist. What was this one? Boarding party. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Send a boarding party. Nice. So now they're taking damage each turn from little dudes I sent onto their ship. Okay, so there's another one now. Uh-oh. That's not good. Ah, not quite in range. Huh. Boarding party, that one. Void ship ram. Could do a swing run to Yui.
Set course. Commence the symphony of macro cannons.
Shallow jump just to get more behind them.
Initiate macro cannon barrage.
Nice. Alright, one of them down. There's one more still. Start rebooting the shields. Send one of the interceptors over. Very good hit. Very good hit. Dude, the interceptors are so much better than torpedoes. The Jakari have blocked some of your flagship's posts using unknown Xenos power. The crew will regain control of these posts in several rounds. Okay. Oh, I guess it's too late to use that. Alright, we got a bunch of stuff locked out right now. Ah, there's two more enemy ships? Where's the Heartless? Get over here, Heartless.
Engage the macro cannon.
Boarding party. Shallow jump. Nice. Steam achievement. You destroyed 4 ships using attack crafts. Oh my god. Dude, how many more are there? Launch more attack crafts, I guess. Boarding party on that one. Start some fires. Twist that one around. Swing run.
Upon the seas of void.
Reboot shields.
Set course.
Space Marine 2 has new operations and a whole new horde mode if you're feeling the urge to purge some Tyranids again. Space Marine 2 is such a fun game. I'd have to, like, relearn how to play it. But I did greatly enjoy my time in that.
Unleash our fury.
Dang it. It missed.
Void Master, if you
Increase range of weapons for 1 turn. Oof, very nice hit. Ow. Oh god, I'm taking so much damage. I'm glad you killed that, but it blew up right in my face.
The destination is known.
Dang it, are you serious?
Let the macro cannons sing their twisted
Oh
song.
man, that was a lot. Meso macro cannons. Short range dorsal macro cannons, which fire 2 shots, doing 14 damage per shot. 8 ghost plates. Lots of scrap. Caboose says, what do you think of the return of the Paragon? I think a lot of people are going to be really happy. I myself never played Guild Wars 1 Nightfall, so there's no nostalgia in it for me. But a lot of people have been asking for Paragon, Dervish, Monk, Ritualist, you know, the classes from GW1 that never made it to GW2. A lot of folks have been requesting those for a long time. So I'm happy that there's a, you know, chunk of the community that's going to be really happy about this. Heyo, is this like sci-fi version of the last spell? Not quite. Shattered. This is a CRPG, classic RPG, kind of like Baldur's Gate 3 was. However, there is a, couple of mini games that happen at different points in the game. Like what you just saw was like a ship-to-ship battle, but the entirety of the game is not like that. This is a really long load. It's not normally this slow. Odd. It's moving though, so we'll just wait. It's interesting Paragon coincided with spears becoming normal weapon. Yeah. Although I believe in Guild Wars 1 they use like a one-hand spear and a shield, but I mean there's certainly nothing against them using a two-hander. Fenrir, thank you for the Prime sub. Appreciate you. Welcome. Eternal says, Muk, the developers are also planning on releasing a new class in Space Marines, namely the Tech Marine. Ooh, very cool. I like the Tech Priests. They're one of, like, my favorite factions, if you want to call it that. So, Tech Marine sounds really neat. Yeah, what is it? Warhammer 40k Chaos Gate Daemon Hunters, which I cleared. It's like XCOM. It's like you've got some Astartes, some Space Marines, and you send them out on missions, and then occasionally, like, if they get injured, then if you send them out on the next mission, they're still injured, or you can have them rest and send someone else out, it's like juggling characters. They did a DLC that I still have not played where they added Tech Marines to it, and I haven't really gotten to try them out yet. This is really weird. This is the longest load in the game, hands down, that we've seen. But I don't want to redo that battle, so I'm gonna let it finish. That battle was one that it's like if I redid it, I could very easily do worse. I remember playing Nightfall with friends years ago, and one of the fights is 2 previous end bosses at once, so we nearly killed one and a party member went down, which gave the boss enough XP to let the boss level up. I'm reminded in World of Warcraft in Zul'Gurub, there's a boss called like the Bloodlord or something, and after he kills enough players, he yells "ding" because he levels up, and which is not a system that most of the game has. But he yells "ding," and then one of the other bosses from across the map yells "grats." Try pleasing the machine spirit by burning some incense. That might help. You know, I haven't burned incense in my office in a while, or ever. So maybe that's exactly what it needs. However, I don't think it's that. Hi. Hello, buddy. You have good timing. We are staring at the longest load screen ever. Chat, we have a visitor. He's not freaking out today, I guess because I don't have the hat on.
It's because he's sleepy.
Where did you pick him up from?
The couch.
He was on the couch? Sleepy chip delivery. Alright. Does he suffer from orange cat syndrome? Mwah. He's a pretty good cat. Like, you know, you see a lot of videos online of orange cats just like absolutely wrecking stuff. He doesn't really do that. Oh, he jumped down before I could even turn the camera on. Remember playing Alterac Valley and WoW in the battle lasting days? Yeah, I've seen that. I remember joining matches of Alterac Valley on like Friday night and Saturday and on Sunday, and it was like the same match just going. It was just people playing in shifts. Really hoping this load finishes. For anyone seeing Road Trader for the first time, this is extremely unusual. There are load screens, but they're usually just a couple seconds long. Never seen one like this. I'm tabbing out for a second here. Let's see. Praise the Omnissiah, let Mukluk load. Praise the machine spirit. You can do it. The game is about to drop the trade of a lifetime on you. Yeah, I don't know what's happening. Like, part of me wants to, you know, Alt F4 the game, but part of me is just like, I'm really hoping it's just any second now going to finish. Have you tried Darktide? Yeah, I've been playing a lot of it lately with my kid. We recently 2-manned a Havoc mission for our first time. Yeah, we've both been playing Arbites lately. Sending... Yeah. I've got a character of every class. I enjoy some of all of the characters except Veteran. I really get bored playing Veteran. I was mostly playing Zealot before Arbites came out. Now I'm playing a lot of Arbites. Open Resource Manager, see if the game's using any disk activity. Yeah. It's using CPU, it's using some memory, it's using a little bit of disk. It's using some GPU. I don't know what's going on. Is this Guild Wars 2? When are you going to play Guild Wars 2? You haven't played it for weeks. That is not true. I'm an Ogryn main. Nice. I do like throwing rocks at mutants on Ogryn. One-hit KOing them. Alright, well, this load screen's usually 10 seconds. We've given it like 5 minutes or so. Alright, I guess I'm going to end it and try again. This is very, very odd. Alright, hang on. Ending the task. Probably have to do that ship battle again. Launching the game again. Okay, I was like, there's no way it's gonna be that slow a second time. Alright, that is closer to normal. Alright, so this is turn 1 of that ship fight. Okay.
Lads! Sail upon the seas of void.
And we got a miss there, which is not great.
Let the macro cannons sing
And...
their twisted song.
Please kill it. Okay, good. Alright, boarding team, start fires on their ship.
Voidmaster, if you please.
Interceptor. Alright, that one's done.
Oh, let the cosmic winds carry the news.
Alright, new guy here. New guy here.
The destination is known.
Wait, did he just get 2 turns in a row? That was weird.
Engage the macro cannons. Initiate macro
Ugh.
cannon barrage.
2 of 3 misses. Alright. Alright, nice. Warp wave, got it. Can't get in range that turn. This one can. Another dude just warped in there. Hit the shields on the right-hand side and the left. 3 of them on me.
Engage the macro cannons.
One of those miss. Miss again.
Of macro
See, these guys have like evasion or dodge, I don't know what you want to call it. Like your shots miss on them a lot, which is why I was like, I don't want to do this fight again because it's super RNG.
Sail upon the seas of void.
Let's short jump. Restart shields. the Heartless is taking a beating on this one.
Set course.
Increase range of weapons for 1 turn. And it missed. Boarding party. Oh, nice! The explosion of one ship took out the second ship. That is really helpful. Another one just appeared right next to me. How come the Heartless has that odd effect like a Shroud? I think it also has the high dodge chance thingy. Because we stole it from a guy who had, see, Shadow Field. An eerie and unfathomable haze obscures the Void Ship. Enemies have a minus 20% penalty to hit chance when attacking from within a 4-cell range, and a minus 40% penalty to hit chance when attacking from outside that range. This field is removed upon firing and re-engages at the end of its turn.
The destination is known.
Ugh, that didn't hit. Okay, got it with a warp wave. Can't restart the shields again. Very good hit. Dang it. We are almost dead.
Void Master, if you please. The vessel's on the brink.
And we lose. So I beat this fight, and then I was forced to redo it, and then we lost. There's just too many times that we shot at them, and it just dice rolled it into a miss. So, I guess all I can do is, like, get close to a win and save it before it starts the loading screen, just in case.
Unleash our fury! Sail upon the seas of void.
Miss.
Engage the macro cannons!
Wasn't there a similar issue last time you played it? I don't recall. It's been a while. I do know last time I played it, I played on hard difficulty, which honestly felt fine for like man-to-man combat, but ship-to-ship combat, the minigame was awful on hard difficulty. I was stubborn and I was like, I want to beat the game on hard mode like completely, but it was pretty awful. Someone said last time you can launch fighters and torpedoes at the same time. I just launched a fighter, and the swap to torpedo button's gone, so that's not true. Unless maybe you mean have them out at the same time, which would be different.
Set course! Initiate macro cannon barrage!
Dang, that guy's at 1 hit point and is getting to do a lot of damage. Did I lose my other interceptor that was there? Is that still on fire? Yeah, that one's still on fire. Nice. Nice. We're half health.
Engage the last. Commence the symphony of macro cannons.
Miss. That was a very crucial miss. Twisted. Okay. I wasn't done with my turn yet, but it like left combat. Yeah, turn 2. It left combat and restarted combat with new ships, so I didn't get to finish my turn. Can I use this to increase the range of this? No, I cannot.
Sail upon the seas.
Alright, restart shields. If the enemy destroys the Heartless, is it gone for good? I think it comes back each battle.
Void Master, if you please. Let the macro cannons sing their twisted song.
Dude, this camera's pissing me off. Hang on a second. I've already got all of the camera stuff turned off. I don't know if I can turn off the camera. It's constantly zooming in like that for ship battles. We could easily get destroyed at this point. And the Heartless did nothing that turn.
Initiate macro cannon barrage. Let the macro cannons sing their twisted song.
The boarding party, but you guys can't really see. Here, hang on a sec. Let me hide my camera. You guys can't really see it because it was behind me. This is the button for a boarding party. It has like a bar under it. And the bar has to be filled up to use it, but I don't remember how that works. I don't know if that's just based on like damage you deal or something else entirely.
Launch the devastating payload. Sail upon the seas of void.
Dang it. Okay, lost a group of interceptors.
Timorous blue shrouds the
We're at like
decks,
one
Lord
hit
Captain.
point. I can't launch another interceptor. I don't know why. Can't recharge shields, can't warp jump. Not much of anything I can do right now. Can't reach that. Dead again. God damn it. I beat this battle, the game crashes, and now that's 2 failures trying to redo it. That's so frustrating. We beat this on the first try, and now we're just getting dragged through the mud repeatedly, waiting until the RNG works out. We have faith in you? Dude, I have faith in me too. I already did it. I already beat it. It's just I'm having to do it again.
The destination is known. Initiate macro cannon barrage.
And this time I'm unable to kill this thing on turn 1. Lance weapon misses. It's already got fires on board.
We did it!
I wasn't done with that character, so again, combat ended and restarted. It's like I was the middle of that one's turn. It's being kind of weird about it. New teaser? Alright, give me a sec.
Sail upon the seas of
Swing
void.
run. Warp wave. What? Why did you... Okay, combat just ended and restarted again? What happened there? Why did he get 2 turns in a row? Okay, no, now we're turn 3. I don't know what that was. Okay, there's suddenly one right in my face. Probably came out of stealth or something.
Let the macro cannons sing their twisted song. Void Master, if you please. Engage the
Miss,
macro
miss,
cannons.
miss. Alright, hold on. It's having out to look at this real quick. It's a teaser. A shield. Hmm. The icon is a shield. And they already told us that no one was getting new weapons. Otherwise, I would be so, like, jumping up and down. Oh my gosh, Ranger might be getting shield. What a weird symbol for Dervish. That'll be the thumbnail. That's a weird Dervish icon. Hold on, so... No, that doesn't work. I could go right there and then hit it with the lance weapon, but it could blow up in my face if I do that. Okay, it aimed at the Heartless that round, which is helpful. Boarding party on the one with most health. I can't do swing run this turn.
The destination is known.
I do new heading.
Engage the lads.
Increase range of weapons. Oh my god, it's still not in range.
Initiate macro cannon barrage. Engage the macro cannons.
Good, really good damage on that shot. Cannot reach that one that's got one hit point.
Hey, the shields seem to be broken.
Okay, I just went from full health down to 40% or so. Not in range, not in range, not in range. Warp wave. Oh, chain explosion.
The celestial stage awaits my performance.
Alright. I'm making a separate save file. What do they do? Master maneuvers can't be used for one round. Okay. Restart shields. Let's see. Democracy, let's look at the sneak peek. I glanced at it. I haven't really talked about it much yet. You know, my first thought when I see this, though, is shields with the holes for guns. Like, if you had, like, a shield, and then you wanted to prop a gun on it, you would have little notches similar to that. And my first thought when I think of a class that you can use a shield and a pistol is Engineer. Now, I could be way off the mark. Those might just be decorative. But that's my first thought when I look at that. Oh, that was unnoticeable damage. It's an AMD CPU. They love cutting out little shapes like that. Oh, maybe. Warp wave. We're kiting. Come on, Heartless, take him out!
Set course!
Dude, I can't reach them. The interceptors can't keep up. Oh, one set of interceptors was just destroyed. Yay! Heartless killed them both.
Blessed be the righteous
The battle
fly
is
of the
over.
Exalted One.
Cool. This is my second time seeing this screen. So I hit F5 to see if I could save while at the battle is over screen. Doesn't look like it. Why are we getting this super long load again? Oh my god. Is it just something with this region? So, we did that battle, we beat it, and then we sat at the screen for like 5 or 10 minutes, and it didn't load. Then I Alt F4'd the program, redid the battle, lost, redid the battle, lost, redid the battle a 4th time, beat it, and now we're getting the long load screen again. I don't know what's going on with this. I just, to be crystal clear with anyone who's considering playing this game, we're 170 hours into this. We have not seen this before. This is really weird. I'm just gonna leave it for now. Let's see what happens. Talk about the shield. Talk about the shield. Let me see. Hang on a second. I mean, like I said, like, it's just a shield with 4 notches. So, I mean, what do we have? Assuming it's a class that already has shield. Who has shield already, right? And I'll do a whole video on this a little later while it's loading here. But let's see, 40%. So who has shield already? Okay, hang on. Warrior, Guardian, Rev with Elite, Engineer, Mesmer with Elite. I think that's it. So Warrior, Guardian, and Engineer are the only ones that have access to a shield baseline. And the only one of those 3 that... Herald? Yeah, I said Rev with Elite. Revenant and Mesmer with Elites. So the only one of those 3 that could use a gun baseline is engineer. It could be a class based on that. Only one of those that can use a pistol with shield. Baseline is engineer. Ellie gets a shield. It's a ranged weapon. Elementalists get shield. It's a ranged weapon. They throw it like Captain America. Let's see. 67%, by the way. Double shield warrior. Tank guard. Shield wizard. Yeah, it might not have anything to do with the gun at all. Shield could be metaphorical, like a tank spec that doesn't use a physical shield. Example, Guardian can make shields, quote unquote, out of energy, whether they are using a solid shield or not. Same with elementalists. Elementalists have a summoned shield, don't they? It's like Earth Shield or something. Earth Shield. I think it's Elementalist Earth Shield. Where are we? 89% on that load. Let's see. Goes to Earth Shield. I'm just Conjure Earth Shield. Yeah, it is Earth Shield. Yeah. What are the other people saying? Nothing with any substance so far. Ranger can finally use shields. Yeah, I doubt it. They already said we're not getting new weapons. Revenant's getting two-handed shields. Engineer Bastion. Captain America, Defensive Ranger. Let's have it go. Alright, I'm just letting this run with all the problems we've had. I'm just gonna let it go. I feel like this is more Bastion if you think like a tower or a fortress. Yeah, possibly. Let's see. Goers to Reddit. Let's see what they're coming up with. Infinite Aegis. Yep. Alright. Let's see what they're saying, if anything. There we have it. What a lucky year for Rev with 9 new elite specs. Paladin, Tank, Warden. I'd kill for a Guardian spec that made shields act more like a shield. I do love Shield 5 Bubble. Bastion, Engie that summons walls like Earthbenders to defend their allies and force certain movements. Chokes in PvP/copium. 4 walls with gun emplacements. Ranger Warden would be awesome. That would be awesome, but they already said we're not getting new weapons. Where's the exact quote? Hold on. Where is the exact quote where they said we're not getting new weapons? I want to see their exact wording on that. From Wilds to what's next? Hang on. Okay, here we go. With our next expansion, we're taking the next step. Elite specs are making a return, this time designed to work together with the flexible build crafting we've been referring over the last few years. However, these new specializations won't come with dedicated weapons. Instead, each one introduces unique profession, mechanics, a new trait line, utility skills, an elite skill, a healing skill, a distinct playstyle without locking you into specific weapon or equipment loadout. So, won't come with dedicated weapons. So, I read that as, Ranger's not going to suddenly get access to shield just because, of this class or whatever. Dedicated weapons doesn't mean we don't get new weapons. I feel like that's some major copium. What you did to that sentence is like when a kid's like, I'm not touching you, I'm not touching you, I'm not touching... that's what you did to that sentence. You know what, if they change conjure weapons to unlimited time, Ellie's only attuned to that element, and they could get a bow as a weapon? Yeah, maybe. 100. God, I swear I'm still in the Rogue Trader section. I'm freaking. I don't know what's going on with this. Let's see. Hold on. I'm gonna Google this. Let's see. Rogue Trader game locking up after Jakari ship battle. What is happening? Stuck load at 100%. Here we go. So we need to take 100%, not give you the option to press key to continue. Finally killed the elusive contempt, which was a tough fight, only to have it get stuck like this. Verify your game files. Try deleting all except save files, portraits, and screenshots. Blah, blah, blah. Usually helps. If you got mods, make sure they're updated. Getting the same thing coming out of the same battle. Once after losing, trying to reload the previous save. Once after winning the battle, no mods. I would retry after verifying if this wasn't the second time I've gotten locked out of progressing in 2 days after running into a soft lock. Also the same thing as super slow to 100%. Once it gets 100%, it just gets stuck. I verified the files. I don't use mods. I'll try to continue with another quest. No issues outside of the elusive contempt quest. I'm having the same issue in random space battle in Trinitos. Maybe something about space combat. It's a space combat bug. Hopefully they fix it. At this state, I can't play the game anymore. Also gotten stuck at 100% with no chance of continuing the game, besides forcibly closing it after winning a space battle at the Rim Station. I managed to get around the bug by completely reloading the fight. Not from the autosave that happens at the beginning of the battle. The bug will happen again no matter what, but from an earlier save before even initiating it and finish the fight. Oh my god. Long shot. Well, that's awful. Okay. All right. Let's force close the game. Okay. And let's see, I haven't done this in a while. Where's the verify files thing? Verify. All right, let that run for a minute. Okay. While that's going, let's see. Definitely Bastion. That crenellation sells it for me. Guardian still missing. No idea. I agree with the Rit icon. I'm not even sure that I agree that that's the Paragon icon. Again, Paragon always had the open faceplate helmets because of their shouts. They didn't have it closed. Shake it off! Like, I don't know that that's Paragon. It could be. It absolutely could be, but I'm not a firm believer that that's Paragon. I do believe that that dagger is Ritualist. I do believe the banjo is Mesmer. I want to believe that the cards are Thief. But that, and that. Those 5, I'm not locked in on. How do you feel about Shield being Paragon? It could be. Because you know what else would work through those slots? A spear. You could have a spear there. You know, like if you were like, you know, bracing for an incoming hit, like if someone on a horse was charging you and you just had your shield propped and had your spear in it. It could be like spear and shield type thing. Okay, the verifying cache thing finished. All right. Opening that back up. So I am going to try one more time, loading to before that battle even started. Because it is true that after winning the battle and then being forced to do it 3 more times, that we had to, we used a save file from within the battle to keep trying it. So battle 2, 3, and 4 of that were within that battle. That is super stupid, though. Let's see. Load game. That was it. Alright, that's before the battle started. If the first one isn't Paragon, what could it be? I don't know. So you think Paragon could look like this? No. I mean, cute picture, but no, that's not what I'm talking about. What for? Give me a sec. Okay. Here's a guy with a shield that has like a notch, and see there's like a spear or a lance going through it. Similar to this is what I was thinking of. Let's see, here's a few shields that have like openings for that type of thing. Let's see if there's any others here. I'm late to the party. What's up, Arius? Okay. Should I just try to skip the Jakari patrols this time? Is it so buggy? I don't know. You failed to get past. What are you talking about? I guess. Oh my god. All right, so it still says I got caught. Whatever. My theory is you'll never guess. Yeah, I might never guess. It's like. All right, let's try this again. Hello, smart people. What's up, Jersey?
Ah, time for a round of space regicide.
Space regicide. Nice. So we got double misses from our ally as soon as the battle starts.
Engage the lads. Engage the macro cannons.
And we got a miss there.
Let the macro cannons.
We got a
sing
miss
their
there.
twisted song.
Alright, so 3.5 out of 5 shots missed. This is a god-awful start. So we, on some of our attempts, we killed that on turn 1. This time we got it low. Lucky. Okay, that's gone. Alright, Interceptor got the kill. Made up for the misses. Alright, Yui, Laser.
Unleash our fury.
More Interceptors. Shoot. I boosted my range, but it doesn't quite reach them. Actually, he's facing away from me. Don't warp wave him, because that might point him toward me. Nice.
I stand ready to serve you and the Imperium.
So it
Lord
restarted.
Captain.
So we got an enemy there. There. Nope, that's us. That's us. Where's the other one? There's the other one.
Point master, if you please. Engage the macro cannons.
I could pull up right next to it and shoot it, but hold on. Let's strafe a bit. I don't want to get caught in the explosion if it blows up.
The symphony of macro cannons.
All right, we are out of
course.
shots. Warp wave. Lucky. All right. I wish I could zoom out more. Muck, can you do a quick save or reload before every skill to make a perfect battle? You beat it 2 times already. The thing is yeah, I could do that. That would be very time consuming. And like, for example, at the beginning of the fight, I missed 3 times in a row, but then the next shot hit really hard and killed the guy, which completely made up for the misses, you know? So it's you don't always have to just completely throw in the towel after, you know, like a bad roll or something, because it might, you might make up for it. I'm still full health, so it's worth continuing to try this IMO. Alright, let's do a swing run and Yui.
The destination is known.
I don't think that will get close enough. No, it did not. Good. Landed a few hits. Alright, there's 2 ships there. Good lord, that one's got some speed. Not only did it catch up, it also passed me. Okay.
Lance!
Barely tickled it, honestly. Alright, boarding party to get that one below full health. When they are below full health, that's when, if you use Warp Wave, it damages them.
Sail upon the seas of void. The destination is known.
Miss.
Engage the
Miss.
macro cannon.
Warp Wave. Okay. Shields are all pretty high, so I'm not going to use restart shields yet. Interceptors. RNG loves me. What's up, RNG? Welcome back. Thank you for the support. RNG not currently loving me. Alright, the Heartless did some damage there. That's good. Let's see. Boarding party. New heading, allowing me to turn sharper this turn.
Set course. Engage
Lance.
Initiate macro cannon barrage. Sail upon the seas of void.
Nice. Those are some lucky rolls. A lot of those said 30% chance to hit, but we landed a few hits in a row. Alright, interceptors. Damage from the fire from the boarding party. Enemy ships there and there. Shields are down on the left-hand side, I think.
The destination is known. Voidmaster, if you please.
Can't use boarding party again yet. Shallow jump. Reboot shields. One interceptor's destroyed. Heartless doing some damage. Force that one to turn.
Sail upon the seas of void.
Lance. Little bit of damage. Deploy more interceptors.
Voidmaster, if you please.
Close. That's the danger in this. Is even if you got like dots on them, you got their ship on fire, you really need to finish them off. Because even when they got like 1 hit point, they can still fill you full of holes.
The destination is known.
That was a good hit.
Let the macro cannon
That was not a good hit.
sing their twisted song.
Can't restart the shields right now. Shields on the front of the ship are damaged, but on the back they're pretty high. I'm gonna shallow jump right in front of it, which is a little risky. Nope, that did not go where I thought it was gonna go. Our ship is 2 tiles long, and it showed me moving there. I thought the back of my ship would be there. So, yeah, okay. Well, now he's just aimed at my weakest spot. So now when he is exploded, it might hurt me very bad. Not as bad as I feared. All right. Oh my god. Okay, that was an hour of my life. All right, so we had to reload to a save file before the battle ever started. Apparently, using any save files that were in the battle were doomed to fail whether I lost or won. Dang. That's rough. I hope they fix that. Repair ship. That is quite the glitch. So if any of you play Rogue Trader, if you get to a point where it's stuck at 100%, you need to completely... 7 flamethrowers. You need to completely restart the battle. Again, scan. Doo-doo-doo-doo. Third one of these I found. You're a stronger man than I would have raged out. I mean, it was frustrating, but not punching drywall today or anything. Nothing there. I'm out of extractiums. Alright, save game, because this is going to be dealing with the Eldari. Someone said turn into a potato. Okay. Sure. The Augur crew picks up a heavily damaged Xenos void ship among the countless rock masses of the asteroid belt, an Eldari vessel beyond a doubt. According to the Von Valancius archives, about 100 standard years ago, the Imperial Navy set up a barrier in the system against pirates and the enemies of humanity. Countless primed mines are still scattered among the wreckage. The Voxmaster manages to tune the ship's systems to an unconventional frequency, and the bridge suddenly fills with the chime-like Xenos voices. Drawn out and mournful, they sing in an unknown tongue, but every officer on the bridge can sense that this is a dirge. Answering the call, Irliet jumps to the cogitators, startling the officers on the bridge with her sudden jolt. In the hopes of understanding the Monkey technology and figuring out how to help her kin, the Eldari runs in circles around blinking vid screens, but the mysteries of the machine god elude the Xenos. Then she turns to the Lord Captain powerless. Irliet is asking the Elantok to help her kin who have found themselves trapped in a snare of fate. The Eldari are enervated and weak, and their song is a cry of despair, a cry that is fading. So none of this is dogmatic. So I was expecting a dogmatic option to just shoot them, but it looks like I don't have to take that. Echo says, have the game at 100% complete. Makes me sad at the end. No spoilers, don't worry. What's up, Echoes? Yeah, I have, back when this game first came out, I played a playthrough on hard mode. So I have seen the ending of the game, but I have not done any of the DLC content, which is what we're doing now. Logic 100% success. Logistics officers led by Master Helmsman Ravor are ordered to plot a course for the rescue shuttle from the Dynasty's flagship to the Xeno ship and back. Now all the crew can do is hope that the calculations are correct and that the veteran officer's experience has not let them down. Mukluk von Valancius sends a actually, wait, they might attack me on sight. We need to talk to them first. The rogue trader orders his officers to establish communications with the Eldari vessel. The Xenos do not respond to the incoming signals. After several attempts, the frequency tuned by the Voxmaster gets lost and the mournful song fades away. Inquires after the state of the vessel. The Eldari vessel's hull and engines have presumably been damaged in a collision with a smaller celestial body. However, it is impossible to prove or disprove this hypothesis at such a distance. The Xenos vessels differ too much from those of the Imperium. Alright, well, we made a we plotted a course with 100% logic. Send a shuttle with an experienced pilot and scouts in hopes that the smaller vessel can bypass the ancient mines. The shuttle's into the asteroid field. The pilot proceeds with caution, confidently avoiding the chunks of rock and nearly imperceptible mines. However, when the shuttle reaches the Xenos ship, the rescue team's report catches the bridge crew off guard. The vessel's starboard side has been breached by the macro weapons of an unknown Imperial void ship. There are no survivors. Shielding her eyes, Yirliet closes them and clutches the spirit stone at her breast. Coming to, the Eldari does not speak for a time. With notes of sadness in her voice, carefully picking her words, she concedes that the Elantok did all they could to save her kin, and yet it is the Monkey who are responsible for the loss of the Eldari void ship. Saddened by the pain and hatred that humans have wrought upon her kind, Yirliet quietly leaves the bridge. Sometimes it's simply impossible to outrun fate. You found some Xeno artifacts! Alright. Quick save, just because paranoia with all the trouble we had earlier. I hope they start tomorrow's stream with, how did you guys enjoy the 9 new Revenant Elite specs? That would be scum. Let's make that route easier. And travel there. Lord Captain, urgent report. We've received an astropathic message from Regent Aranto Orselio. The navigators are concerned about the fate of Cassia, who disappeared from Urak 5. The Regent is requesting an update on her current status, and he has also inquired about the possibility of a personal meeting to negotiate and to arrange the return of the Lady Navigator to her house. The psycho-emotional coding of the received message betrays acute concern, but it also contains something that the astropaths have failed to put into words. If you'll excuse my forthrightness, I feel it is necessary to tell House Orselio the truth. Otherwise, a conflict with the Navis Nobilite is possible, which, given the current state of the Kronos Expanse, will only play into the hands of the enemies of the Imperium. Tell House Orselio that Cassia is safe and that the rogue trader would be honored to meet in person. I'll see to it, Lord Captain. The astropaths will transmit your consent. Representatives of House Orselio will be waiting for you on the capital world of Dargonus. Receiving members of the Navis Nobilite is also always a delicate matter. Please make sure to discuss the details of this meeting with your Chancellor upon arrival. There was a malfunction in the engineering chamber during the warp journey. The accelerator cogitators stopped obeying the tech priests, and for a few precious moments, the ancient machines were left to their own devices. The crew managed to avoid serious breakdowns and accidents. Several acolytes of the cult Mechanicus were turned into servitors as penance, and the bosun gave out several triple watches to the voidsmen who dredged up the old rumors about the cursed ship. The Immaterius released us from its grip this time. Chart rounds. Nothing new. Alright, visit. Lord Captain, we have cross-referenced the key characteristics of the system with our astronautical chart data. The planet Phoebos 6 is located here. The problem is the augurs detected an unusual change in the atmosphere, not unlike a massive release of toxins. It appears that something unfortunate has happened on the planet's underground storage facilities. It is impossible to land safely on the planet just now. Unknown ships are cruising in the system. No need for any cog to analyze it. I can decipher this telemetry easily, Xenos. The armory and artillery crews are standing by. Is the ship full health? Yeah, it is. Alright, quick save. The sad thing is, as Warhammer 40k, they may be an actual curse on the ship. Well, I know what it is, but yeah. Bunch of cargo. Alright. Hey, Muxer. Hi, Aja. This planet can barely sustain life, and yet searches discovered a long-lost Imperial colony, one that was cut off from the rest of the galaxy centuries ago. The colonists live in conditions worse than any underhive, yet they still venerate the Emperor and gladly welcome their visitors. The Lord Captain receives an invitation from the local ruler, the Archqueen Princeps Domina. Pay the Archqueen an official visit. The ruler meets the Lord Captain in a shack, considered to be a palace by the people here. Tech use succeeded. The Arc Queen's unusual crown is made out of metal coils, most likely parts of an ancient device for boiling water. The guests are served the finest delicacies the colony can provide. The Archqueen praises the visitors in mangled Low Gothic and calls the Lord Captain her dear brother. At the end of the audience, gifts are presented to the guests. The Archqueen's minister delicately remarks that the best possible gift the Lord Captain and his crew could provide would be a replenishment of the colony's meager gene pool. The Lord Captain gives orders to canvass the lower decks for volunteers. The most ruggedly handsome among them will be sent to the Archqueen's court along with other gifts. The Archqueen is delighted and flattered. She's like, oh boys. She hopes the Lord Captain will pay her more visits in the future. Yeah, I bet she does. Yo, anyone want to volunteer to live on a very primitive society, but you'll be king? Alright, just some cargo on that one. Alright. Jakari void ships, making a save before any space combat now, because boy, we paranoid. Now, chat, I could be completely wrong. I'm currently guessing, though, that shield... I'm guessing it's either warrior or NG. I'm guessing it's a warrior mechanic for spear locked through the shield or NG pistol locked through the shield.
Lights in the void.
Then I'll talk about it at length. What is that? Last Hatred Frigate. Okay. What does this do again? Increases outgoing and incoming damage. Oh, let's not do that.
Set course. Sail upon the seas of void.
Okay, hold on. So that's 2 tiles away. 2 extra range. That might put me in range. No. Yes. Oh, it all missed though. Point blank. Oh no, there's more. Ah! Heartless, help. Oh, nice. Good hits, Heartless. Chain explosion! Oh, that was over so quick. Please don't make me redo that. Chain explosion. Ugh. Okay. Repair ship. Begin scan. Swift and merciless retribution is a proper fate for many transgressors, but the Imperium permits using the convicts for hard labor on distant prison worlds like Phobos 6. To atone for their crimes before humankind, hundreds of thousands of rogues and lowlifes toil in the mines of the Von Valancius Protectorate until death from exhaustion or some other unfortunate accident claims their forsaken souls. It's really until death or exhaustion. There's no getting out early on good behavior. Okay. Yeah. Will you do a final video with your guests for each class? Does anyone have one of those things already created where it's like the, it kind of looks like a tier list, you know, where you can slot the stuff into the things? I could do that. A tier maker? Yeah, I need one of those.
The Imperium is
Quick save.
Additional methods, corrective labor in the mines. Places like this show mercy to no one, adult or child.
This man's body is frozen in an unnatural
Most
pose.
malefactors cannot be reformed, only chained or killed, like you.
Wow. The corpse's fingers are crooked and teeth are bared in a ghastly grimace.
What lies beyond?
This man clawed at his throat right before he died. The broken, slashed, and gutted body is still covered with the shreds of a planetary warden uniform. The caustic ooze gives off a sickening vapor that eats away at the lining of your nose and mouth, making your eyes water. Yum. The bodies have been twisted into a pose resembling a servile bow and bound with barbed wire. You can clearly see several thin cuts left by bladed weapons on the body. Ooh, cutscene. Jakari. Well, they're very jumpy. The tall, little, lithe Xenos moves with the grace of an otherworldly predator. The creature gives you a dispassionate glance and casually speaks a few words that are immediately picked up by your elucidator. Macandus Aelith, what is this? Has one of the sisters found an amusing trinket in the ruins and saved it as a special treat for the Archon? The Xenos takes a quick look over her shoulder toward the platform where a few more silhouettes in tar-black armor can be seen. Heinrichs narrows his eyes and gives the Xenos an appraising look. The Jakari of this breed are known as witches, Mukluk. They are experts at bloodletting in the arenas and on the battlefield. However, I am more interested in the ones skulking in shadows. Judging by their armor, they are high-ranking representatives of a cabal, a military clique from the Jakari domain. It seems we have disrupted a vile performance for their distinguished guests. By whose leave are you playing Lord on my world? The Xenos' eyes light up with interest. The Monkey understands my speech. Where did you come by a device that can translate our language? Are you trying to impress me by appearing useful? Such words will earn you a bout in the ring at most, without weapons, and soon without your skin. The humans scattered around you on the platform stare as if they've seen a ghost. The eyes of some betray their fear, others glare with bestial hatred, and yet more look upon you with hope. Who are you? My name is known to everyone on this planet, Monkey. I am Tazara the Deliverer, Tazara the Benevolent, the one who grants respite from the choking grasp of this world. I decide who lives, who dies, and who finds new purpose for their existence in Kamarog's many arenas. Surely this is why you've come here, to fight for my ever-changing favor and for the privilege of being the first to be chained. I presume the toxic atmosphere is your doing? It could be, or perhaps my mere presence is enough to make base creatures like yourselves forget how to breathe. Tazara lets out a nasty chuckle. Are you really surprised at what happened? You wove the net right under your own feet. We merely knocked out the pin and drew it closed or tight around you. A couple of volleys at the seals of the underground well, and the planet, the one you turned inside out, did the rest. I hereby declare you a Category 3 blasphemer for tampering with the sacred production cycle of this world's extractiums. The drill on Pascal's mechadendrite springs to life with a howling screech. And your brethren finished what the planet had started! Oh, how they strive to please me and my entourage. How they slaughtered and tortured their own kin for mine and my sister's delight. How they decorated this little arena with still living Monkey. Do you think all that you see before you is the work of our hands? Think again. Let's try to turn some of the humans to get them to fight with me. Address the fighters. How could you stoop to this? To killing one another for the amusement of the enemies of humanity? A hulking brute who can barely stand coughs up blood and wipes his lips. What was I supposed to do? Lie down and die? The ones who survive the arena, the Xenos takes them away. I saw humans boarding shuttles with my own eyes. They're gonna take us away from here, you hear? Yeah, to be tortured in Kamarog. This statement is false. You are supposed to furnish yourself with a means of respiratory protection and inflict maximum damage on the perpetrators before ceasing your vital functions. Stupid Ashmags! Do you really think the Jakari will whisk you away to a far-off wonderland? At best, they put you in chains. At worst... Yeah, who gives a crap about us convicts? The lanky buggers may keep me on a leash, but at least I'll be alive, not coughing up my lungs. Jay opens her mouth and then freezes, clenching the Aquila on her chest until her knuckles turn white. If I were faced with such a choice, the Exalted One would guide me on the right path. She thinks. How cruel you are to your unfortunate kin. These Monkey have worked hard to entertain their elite audience. Each of them fights with a strength born of desperation, seeking to earn their place in my box of toys. There is always room for more. My toys do break ever so easily. So really quick, for the people new to Warhammer, I know a tiny bit about the Jakari. My understanding is that they feed, like, their sustenance is not... How long have I been a potato? Their sustenance does not come from, like, food and drink. Their sustenance that they need to survive comes from, like, a psychic energy that's given off from people while they're basically tortured. So they torture people or have them fight for their amusement, and then there's like, yeah, and like that's how they survive, and that basically has caused their entire society essentially is just depravity because of that base need of theirs. And you're welcome to correct me. That's what I got so far. I am a rogue trader, the Emperor's anointed, guardian of humanity, and your doom. Xenos scum. Oh, what passion! What naive arrogance! When all this turns into boundless despair and clinging terror, my guests and I will savor such exquisite pleasure. I would play with you myself, Monkey, but then the performance would be brief, and we don't want to upset my guests now, do we? From the dusk behind Tazara comes a cry. The distance between you and the Xenos is too great for the elucidator to interpret the words, but the tone alone speaks of irritation and impatience. Looks like the spectators grow bored when the performance hits a snag. Heinrichs reaches for his weapon. Tazara raises her blade and points at you. Tell the other Monkey that whoever slits your throat will depart for their new home ahead of schedule, and tell them to hold nothing back. Tonight they dance for Euremis herself, the great archon of the Cabal of the Reaving Tempest. Persuasion 100? Persuasion 100% chance. Turn to the fighters in the arena. Do you truly wish to die at the Xenos' behest? If we join forces now, we can end this senseless carnage once and for all. Persuasion succeeded. Exhausted and defeated faces trade worried glances. The hulking brute next to you hesitates, then spits and breaks into a grin. If we're going to die anyway, might as well do it without the heretic's brand. Slay the beasts! Tazara emits a furious scream and takes a step back, signaling to her companions.
Curious creatures! Oh, I wish to vivisect you.
You've been ambushed, the battle begins. Alright, so I cannot position my troops at all. Alright, she gets to go first because she is the Grand Tactician, or whatever it's called.
Isn't this a job for the serfs? If I may. Me, if you insist, Lord Captain.
Alright, give
I am a
Heinrichs
navigator,
a turn.
not a servitor.
Alright, regeneration on everyone. My favorite opening move. Alright, so the yellow health bars are the gladiators we convinced to join us. Let's see. In the tabletop game, Muck, their special abilities, every turn their poisons get more and more powerful. They are very fast. They can cross the table in no time at all. Oh, yeah? I know they also have some stuff that looks kind of like flying motorcycles. Alright, which? And there's a few named ones up there. I'll throw a curse on that one.
I'm not accustomed to being
Zap that one.
around.
Venomous strike. Dang. Those people are dying fast. Glad we've all got regeneration, because we all just took a hit.
Out of my way. Let me take you on the other side. Here we go.
Alright, Heinrichs. Alright, armor buff on the whole team. Speed buff on the whole team.
Naturally.
Resolve buff on the whole team.
But of course.
Armor buff on the whole
Captain.
team. Get behind cover.
for the throne's
Life
glory.
drain.
Let's see.
Endure. Alright, Cabela.
I shall not fail. Trust me.
Why can she not use
I
blade
cannot
dance?
serve you in this way. The shadows will see it done.
Okay, that's odd.
Let's get to it. Let's make
Maybe I had to use blade dance before the attack? Alright, let's see. Medicae signal from the skull. Move it here.
Time for them to run, my sweet.
Give an extra turn
I
to
can do
Cabela.
that with the right incentive.
She still can't blade dance. What is going on? Oh, is it because of the weapons she's got in her hand? So I wanted to try out using her with daggers. I guess those daggers can't do blade dance. That's why.
Trust me. No.
Okay, I guess never mind on the daggers. Alright, Muck's turn. Let's see. What? Oh, this isn't a full turn. Okay, got it.
A wicked thought.
Did his dog just not move at all when I told it to go attack? What the heck? Okay, well that was dumb.
Am I getting paid for this?
Miss.
Oh, the storm approaches.
Okay, the dog once again did not move when I told it to attack. Is he immobilized? No, he's not. Protect me?
A genius at work.
And he's supposed, when I call him into protect, he's supposed to attack mobs that are next to me. Okay, so I just spent 3 action points and nothing that was supposed to happen happened.
A wicked
So that's
thought.
awesome.
Let's see.
You've unleashed my fury.
What if?
Okay, dokie. Bird. Nice. Maybe it's bugged? Yeah, possibly. I don't know. Bird again. Alright, that one's done. Miss, unfortunately. Cassia's turn. Give Muck a turn. Apprehend.
Wicked thought.
Apprehend once again failed. Protect.
Schemes within schemes.
Protect failed too. What?
What's
going on?
Madness.
If I may,
I'll take
I
off
am
this country.
me.
I don't know what's
You
happening.
insist, Lord Captain.
Don't know what's happening. Alright. That prisoner died.
Let's get to it.
Scared yet? Show me what you've got.
Stroke of luck.
I won't object to it.
You call this a strike?
I am your blade and shield. Let your soul come. The other side
Slap.
awaits.
I'm bored of this farce, Tazara. Who rules this arena? You or the Monkey? Archon Eurymerus. Drakon Marazai. You know the danger of repeating this misunderstanding. Draw your weapon. Your word is our command, Archon Eurymerus.
Hold on.
There's still 2 enemies that are low health.
I can do that with the right incentive. You jest, surely. Me? Never in 1,000 sectors.
Give Pascal another turn. He can throw a bird there. Nice. And turn.
I'm not strong.
Zap. There we go. The surviving fighters turn their head toward you one after another. All eyes on the battlefield are glued to you. Okay, hold on. What does the dogmatic say? By destroying these foul Xenos, you have atoned for your transgressions. So it sounds like we're dividing them into two groups. So he says, by destroying these foul Xenos, you have atoned for your transgression against the Emperor. Get to the shuttle. The rest of you will be... Like, who is the rest of you? Who else is he talking to? I guess the people that didn't fight on by our side? The rest of you will be subject to selective punitive servitorization so that you may further toil for the good of the Imperium. The rest of you are going to lobotomize and turn into robots. Got some loot. How much dogmatic was that? It didn't say. I don't know if I got any dogma from that. Let's see. Poison target fire. So, as expected, a lot of alien equipment. The man died clutching his intestines as they spilt from his lacerated stomach. Ooh. Hunter carapace.
Oh, one step at a time, amidst the madness.
The body is missing parts of its extremities. It was hacked to pieces with dozens of strikes. They fled. Judging by the garb of those Xenos, they are not like the ones you killed before. It must have been their leaders. Is there anything else to do here?
My nerves are frayed.
The sacred engine meant to work in the quarry has not been used for a long time. I guess that's everything we can do here. Alright, we got some level ups, though. Let's see. I don't know. The dog. The dog was, like, not doing anything that whole fight. I don't know what was going on with that. Protecting laser attacks opportunity. Let's actually reduce by 2. Reduce by 2. Battle mode terror. Has it weapons? The dog? Yeah, it's got teeth. Let's see. Familiar gains 50% dodge against Overseer's attacks. Dependable ally. Master's patronage. At the start of the Overseer's turn, Familiar. That gives basically regen to the Familiar. That's not bad. Let's just get that. That's not a bad choice. Hey. Oh boy. Thanks. Chat, I was brought nuggets and fries. Let's see. Opening strategy. First stratagem using. I haven't even been using stratagems. Comments arena. Are you gonna cover the Guild Wars stuff? Yeah, I will in a bit. Probably within like a half hour. Some damage. Allies gain the ability to reposition the combat tactics area they're in. First stratagem is 0 AP. Let's get the first strategy is free. Act 1 or 2? 2, I think? Where, like, we just found Dargonus and we've got to find some other planets. Max number of wounds. Acute pain. Hold on. When using what is that? When using Scourging Strikes. Scourging Strikes. Melee attacks will also bleed on target's head. Oh, that's not bad. So critical hits do more levels of bleeding. Sure. Alright, let's see.
59-month streak.
Thank you, boss. Appreciate the very, very long amount of support from you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. When the Cyber Eagle starts soaring, it gains +3 to key stats, stacks, and lasts to end of combat. Oh, heck yeah. I love stacking buffs. No hesitation. Or buffer. Still mine. Can use powers while someone is in melee with you? Yeah, let's do that. Jay. She's got the Servo Skull Swarm. Key stats increased by 5. Give it regen. Let's do that. Alright. Tap quick save just in case. The crits will find the jugular. Yeah, basically. I mean, it's a critical hit. Makes sense. So we get to build stuff here now. There's only a few options. One requires more Navy rep. Needs new convicts. Purchasing foreign criminals is a potential solution to the problem. Needs new convicts. The quarries can be filled with prisoners taken from foreign worlds. What gains cutthroat? Oh my god. Requires more relationship with Fellowship of the Void. Or, various dangerous literates and idle thinkers could supplement the workforce. The enemy of knowledge. You gain bonus damage against psychers and navigators. What? Wow. I don't really love that. I think I'll just wait and do something here later. That's funny, though. Alright, did we already explore everything else here? Think so. Okay. The enemy of knowledge. Let's see. Alright, let's warp jump there. You're very welcome. I greatly enjoy your channel. Thank you for being so kind, even though I'm very confused. I have a head injury and many people are cruel and I'm having a hard time. Oh, shoot. I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, I had no idea. Let's jump there. I try to treat... I don't know. The way I live my life is I try to treat everyone with, like, a base level of respect, unless they prove to me that they're not worthy of that, and then we go down from there. Like, everyone gets a default level of, like, respect and kindness, and then we can go up or down from there depending on how they act after that. Do I get respect? Sometimes I think about lowering you on that line, Charmon, but yeah, you're still on the line right now. On Mutiny Mondays, no. On Mutiny Mondays, I don't get respect. The upgrade at Dargonus has finished. Let's see. Genetic purges will be stopped. The world needs working hands. More people. According to new doctrine, the disenfranchised will be servitorized or disposed of through hazardous work. So... Okay. So, making people into servitors is lobotomizing them, and then they work. Convicts will be secretly resold to pirates? No. Kazbalikan, ready to run a secret auction with illegal lots? No. What do you get? An Eldari gun. Shield of the Emperor. More and more ships arrive in orbit around Dargonus. The agreement with the Navy allows the deployment of a permanent dock for warships and repositories for the Navy's property. Plus 5,000 Navy rep. Security, weapons. You get an escort ship! Yo! We'll have 2 escort ships? Bane of Pirates. Filth of the Expanse. Gain a Master Raider. More and more ships arrive in Dargonus. The reduction of duties and the reining in of customs allows the black market to flourish. No, man. Shield of the Emperor. Give me that escort ship. Alright. So that's going to take a while, but the upgrade has started. Okay. And then we need to go... We need to land. And we got to bring Cassia. Monk's going to do a chatter tier list. It will have categories such as good chatter, actual psychopath, and Shugo. There will be a category that's like, I trust them 6 days a week. Flute Girl's at the top of that category. Blue says, am I below the line yet? Blue, alright, what's the word for someone who's like, who bullies you all the time, but they would, like, help you at a moment's notice? You're Sundeer. Bluebella's Sundeer. You're mean to me all the time, but then you're like, oh, hey, let me make you a shoulder pauldron to help you out with the, you know, the thingy. And then you just take on, like, weeks of work. A frenemy? Maybe frenemy. Wife? No. No. Dude, you gotta work on your marriage if that's wife to you. Alright. Your Lordship, Clementia looks away from her data slate. I hope your stay on Dargonus will be beneficial to your physical and mental state. I understand that the heir to a protectorate must have his hands full, but one shouldn't forget about rest. What about the meeting with the navigators of House Orcelio? Clementia immediately focuses on the data slate in her hands. Allow me to report. The esteemed navigators of House Orcelio would have taken residence in the guest estate and await a meeting with you. How would you like to receive them? Make arrangements for a reception worthy of the refined tastes of the Navis nobility. Understood, your lordship. Clementia promptly makes a note of... Oh no, I lost a profit factor? Okay, never mind. Wait, cancel. Cancel that. Put the fine plates away. Get the paper plates out. Would you like to hold this meeting shortly? Yes. Even though I'm poor now. I'll have the messenger sent to retrieve the esteemed guest. Meh. They're stealing the fine china, chap. Charmon, would you be willing, since, you know, you're above the line, to send me a link to that tier list thing? We'll use it in a little bit. Regent Orcelio, esteemed delegation, the rogue trader to the Von Valencia's protectorate welcomes you. Come this way, please. We paid like 30 peasants to go, woo! Preferential treatment, that's how it begins, Muck. Oh wait, hold on. What tier sub is Plig Alpha? Oh, are the peasants revolting again? It just sounds like porn here. The esteemed representatives of the Navis Nobility have arrived at the Rogue Traders Court, the region of the Great House Orselio, Aranto Orselio. His companions, Lady Glyceria Orselio, Navigator Lesso Simone Orselio, and his intended bride, Lady Navigator Alexandria Orselio, Lady Navigator Elena Hataria Orselio, and Navigator Donax Orselio. Yo, props to this guy for memorizing all those names. You know what? Oh, I'm gonna share something. I distinctly remember there was this one time, my wife and my son and I, we went to Waffle House, okay? If you don't know what it is, it's a restaurant that serves breakfast food. It's really low tier, it's greasy, it's delicious, it's not good for you, all right? We went to Waffle House, waitress comes up, she, puts down like waters and, silverware, and she's like, hey, you guys ready to order? We're like, yeah. And she's like, okay. And she does like this, she's like, all right, go ahead. And I'm like, do you need like a pad to write it down? She's like, no, go ahead. Okay. So the three of us do our orders, and there were lots of like little modifications. It wasn't just like, I'll have a number 3, I was like, oh, I want the, I want the All-Star Special. I want a waffle instead of pancakes, butter, standard syrup. I want 2 eggs scrambled. I want hash browns instead of grits, please. I'd like raisin bread for the toast instead of white bread. And, and it was like, there was a lot of small modifications. It wasn't just like, I'll have a number 5. And then she's like, okay. And then she walks away. She just did it all up here. And I turned to my wife and I was like, if she doesn't make any mistakes, I'm going to be impressed. Because, she was just walking around, and then we got our meal and it was fine. And I distinctly remember that person that just was going around and just doing everything mentally without like a pen and paper. And I was just like, wow. Okay. I mean, she still has to write it down at some point for the receipt, but I was impressed. That's how she gets her tips? Yeah, I guess. Regent Aranto. A tall, wizened old man proudly stares at you with milky, unblinking eyes. Loose skin sways with his every move as if the navigator's flesh has detached from his bones. An unsightly hole mars the regent's face where his nose should be, and the old man's skull is covered with spiky growths. What? Rogue Trader. The regent's piercing voice cuts through the silence. On behalf of House Orselio, we would like to express our immense satisfaction at this meeting and our gratitude for the warm welcome. It pleases us to know there are still lords in the Cronus Expanse who observe etiquette and the traditions of hospitality. And yet, this is not why we are here. Our grace is obliged to note how much the Rogue Trader has done for House Orselio by protecting its beloved child. We waited for many turns to behold her radiant visage. The regent shifts his unblinking gaze to Cassia. Come now, child. There is much we need to discuss. Lady Cassia steps forward, but then stops and looks at you. Nod wordlessly. Cassia smiles faintly and addresses the regent. Esteemed regent, it pleases me to see the gleaming sheen of gold and turquoise above your brow. It is thanks to the efforts of the Rogue Trader that I stand here today, and there is so much I want to tell you. But what is it you desire to hear most? We know what happened at the station, child. Your connection to the Atlas has grown so strong, we felt the turmoil in your soul, and the events that transpired have shaken us. House Orselio is deeply grateful to the Rogue Trader for the destruction of the saboteurs, and we are willing to reciprocate such a magnanimous gesture. We trust that a treaty of friendship and alliance underpinned by the transfer of several artifacts of exceedingly rarity will suffice. Now come, child. It is time we depart for your new home so that we may finish what we started. Esteemed Regent, perhaps I could continue my education while still accompanying the Rogue Trader on his travels. Just imagine how much I could learn beyond the bounds of... Cassia notices the Regent's furious glare and falls short. I actually don't know how it plays out. Because, like, you have to have a navigator. You cannot travel the warp without a navigator. I have no idea how this plays out if you encourage her to leave. Waifu stays. Waifu in this playthrough is the goth chick, Plague. She was the waifu in the last playthrough. I'm kind of curious what's going to happen if you're like, oh yeah, you can go. Like, I don't want her to go, but I want to see what's going to happen. I dare not refuse the will of House Orcelio's regent. We appreciate your goodwill. Why is everyone getting guns out?
Don't just stand there. Help the rogue trader defend the child in the palace.
Dude, that one guard just runs up and everyone blasts him. Like, what if he was just delivering a message?
Kill the guard!
Okay, so there's a mutiny no matter what.
My footsteps record your wickedness. Prepare for disposal.
Okay. Wait. Pascal named his bird Vengeance of Mars? Alright.
Isn't this a job for the serfs? I am a navigator, not a servitor.
Alright, AoE regen?
Battlefields are always drowned in scarlet. If I may, I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
Break them around.
Stun grenade just hit all of us. Did that stun all of us? Did anyone resist it? Michael, you have a longer morning stream again. I might. Why?
I will leave footprints of scarlet. Caught by the web. As the tenets demand. I shall not fail. Death is a blessing. The shadows will see it done.
My faith strengthens me. Stay here.
Wait, what?
I am powerless.
Cannot use this. Okay. That's weird. I can't use Apprehend or Protect because of the stun grenade hit we took. Alright. Taunt what we can.
Let's see.
Follow one.
Weapon at the ready.
Commands are more
Alright,
pleasant
Medicaid.
to give than to follow.
Is he still stunned? I don't think so.
Watch my back. Tell me, and it is done.
Yeah, he is. It lied.
A wicked thought.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
Damage.
Oh my god. One of the navigators just died, I think. Pascal can't do anything, I guess, because the stun grenade. Dude, that stun grenade that hit all of us on turn 1 was diabolical.
For the throne's glory.
Wait, what?
But of course, Lord Captain.
When he casts... Wait, what's going on? So, because his bird is stunned, it's not distributing buffs the way it normally does. When I buff the bird, it's just buffing the bird.
Let's see to it.
Didn't know about that interaction.
Naturally.
I am a navigator, not a servant. Another foe painted black.
Momentum.
Haskell.
Blessed creations of the Omnissiah condemns you.
The Omnissiah casts gun.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Moving out.
As duty demands.
Somebody created some great art with the new spec icons. That's really stupid. Wonderful. All right. I love how the cards are just like a pleated skirt. Oh my god. It's him, John Guild Wars himself. Wonderful. Wonderful.
As honor ordains. Let not the righteous fear. May their blades be sharp. My blade whispers you come. The other side awaits. Trust me. As cool death is a blessing. As the tenets demand.
Oh no, this might hit my... Okay, he's fine.
I would that I could. Caught by the web.
Follow my lead. Break them around.
Apprehend once again did not work. All right. Forget. Bites?
I won't sully myself.
Bite's not
with
working.
That.
Why? Why? Why is the dog not freaking working? I think it started breaking when I equipped this new chip. I wonder if this chip is bad. There's just 2 battles now that it just will not do anything.
What if... A wicked thought.
Okay, there's another apprehend that didn't work.
Let's see.
For now. Don't get too cocky.
The shadows will see it done.
Is that the last one? Oh no. There's her.
Advancing.
Hold on, what's that one? Okay, that's a bug. It showed him, it didn't actually move the bird.
Tech familiar activated. The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all. Stay vigilant.
Follow!
Alright, bird is finally not stunned.
I won't object to it.
It's not working. I just did 2 buffs on it that should have gone out to everything, and it didn't.
Let's see to it.
Oh my god. The pets are being such a clustermuck right now. I don't know what's happening.
If only that were possible.
The eagle's working. Everyone else is sus.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
Enough! We did not come here to fight the rogue trader. Fall back. Wait, are they actually gonna get out of here alive? In my palace? Wow. Alright. Time to loot my own guardsmen. So that we,
no peace in my
Oh,
west.
Clementia, we're serious. Is she dead? I hope not. I will say that turn 1 stun grenade that hit literally all of us was nasty. And then the fact that the dog is not doing anything on any of his turns, and I don't know why. Wait. Wait. Where's his attack? So, when we got the eagle, it came with this. When we got the raven... Where is... What? How did he get his... Where's the thing that goes there? Like, I've never seen anything not there. I don't think I have an item to put in that slot, you guys. Like, for the bird, it's just the wings. I don't know how to fix this. Any of y'all seen this bug? Capo says, hey, what time can I expect your analysis of the next lead spec symbol? In a few minutes. We're gonna do it in a few minutes. Dude, I don't... Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader. Arbites, dog pet. Lost attack gear. Here we go. My Glado lost his weapons, and now he can't bite enemies. Owlcat says investigating. The only way to get the weapons back on the dog is to retrain your character back to fresh, and this doesn't work with Glido because Soul starts with it. My basically is currently unplayable now. I believe this bug comes from the bath. Don't do it more than once or deletes all GL80's items as well as Solomon's. Alright. So someone posted this on the Warhammer 40k Reddit like 3 or 4 days ago. And it fixed it. Or sorry, 3 or 4 days ago, they said it's broken. They said, we're working on fixing it. And people still posting that they're having issues. Alright, well, that is unfortunate. So, apparently the only way I could fix this is to go retrain my character and do all the level ups over again. So I have to spend money to retrain, do all the level ups, which will be very time consuming, and then the dog will attack again. Right now, the dog cannot fight because it's supposed to have something in its equipment slot like these to do damage. That is really freaking weird.
Of a world,
Hopefully they patch that real soon. All right. Let's finish this conversation here, and then we'll save. Lady Navigator Alina is trying to escape through the garden. Our wardens and main gates are under attack. Bloody renegades. I cannot imagine how this could happen. Yet the child is safe. That's what matters. Give the dog a gun. I would if I could. If you have a save from before the bug, that should fix it. I don't know how long ago this started happening. Like, today during our gameplay, we've done a few battles, and I know in the last 2 battles this has been going on. But the bug could have kicked in like 3 hours ago, and I don't want to replay like 3 hours, you know?
What lies beyond?
Alright, so there's like a big fight right here. Okay, so we are going to save our progress right here. Hoping they fix the dog bug before the next time, but we, you know, time will tell. And we will pick it up with this battle in the next one. Let's see. Latest hotfix update. Let's see. We're dealing with the issue. Oh, hold on a sec. What is this? Is live dealing with the issue where GLaDOS claws may go missing after the recent big update. Were we not? We gave the Cybermassive his intimidating weapons back. This was 3 days ago. I just had the problem just now. So, this didn't do it. Cannot load past 100. I had that bug today as well. My main character's Cybermassive is still missing his primary attack. Nothing is working. Yeah. So, yeah. Maybe this fixed it for specifically Glyto, which is the dog from Solomorn, but it didn't fix it for anybody else. Alright. Unfortunate, but we can jump back into it. This is the end of the Monday session. Tuesday's Goers 2, so hopefully by Wednesday they'll have this fixed. Time will tell. Fingers crossed. Alright. Let's get this set up. Alright. Let's talk Guild Wars 2, chat. Going to the Guild Wars 2 section. Discussing the new class teaser. And okay. So we'll have this over here as well, because that's very important. Let's see. We got that. I don't agree with that, so I'm gonna get rid of that. We got that, and we got that, and let's see. Charmon said, "Here's the tier maker thing." Does this have all the images, or is it still missing one? It has all of them. Charmon, today you are awesome. Not every day, but this day you're awesome. Thank you. Okay, at least put the colors of each class as they correspond. No, we're gonna have like red necromancers and green warriors because they're sick. It's glorious. It is glorious. All right, chat. Do any of you have ideas about the shield that have not already been mentioned? If it is going to be core, then that's warrior, guardian, or engineer. If it's going to be core and make use of these slots. Like, for example, shield with spear slots. Let me see. Alright, so there are some old shields that have, like, little spots for, like, a spear, where you could, like, hold the shield and do the spear through the slot to hit the enemy while, you know, minimizing, you know, sticking your arm out from behind the shield to get hit. So it could be something like that. Could also be something like that with a gun. Shield with gun hole. Let me see. Actually, not finding one like that. It could be one for firearms. But I mean, by the time guns existed, there's probably less usage of shields beyond like riot shields. But if it was like engineer, they could use that slot for like a gun. Try searching Trench Crusade Shield Shotgun. Trench Crusade Shield Shotgun. A bunch of Warhammer figurines came up. Let me see. Open image in new tab. So this is the closest thing. There's like a notch on the shield for like a gun. Similar. So it could be engineer using the slot for gun, or warrior, which is paragon, using it for spear. Paragon in Guild Wars 1 used spear and shield, and the spear was one-handed. Maybe they're going to somehow get that in some way, shape, or form. Paragon from Guild Wars 1 website has pics from concept art. Guild Wars Paragon concept art. Hi, Mark. Hello. Ooh. Look at that. Look at that. What are the others? Okay. None of those are really relevant. That one. That is looking like a big maybe. Looking like a big maybe. We're receiving 5 Paragon classes. Yeah.
Okay.
Do you want to steal my fries?
No, I was saying if you were done, so I could clear.
No, Rogue Trader has me yapping a lot, so I
If
eat
it was
slower.
engineer, I'd love for them to introduce lantern shields. The most over-engineered shields of all.
That could match into the theory that we're going to Alona again. Yeah, maybe. I'm 100% sure that Rev is this one. You're 100% sure. Hang on. Okay. Let's see. The shield does have claw marks on it as well. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it does. So clearly this is for fighting against Soul Beast. Alright. So let's refresh. Let's see if anyone else has some good ideas. This could be Ranger. It has claw marks. Why would Rangers claw the outside of their own shield? Let's see. Here's my guesses and wish list. What's this guy saying? Brawler, Ritualist, Bastion. Guardian? Easy to apply taunts and Aegis. Dude, if you had a spec that can consistently spam taunt, that would be crazy. I'm betting on this. I'm putting channel points down on the arrow being Guardian. You think so? Where is everyone getting the name Bastion from? Is that a Guild Wars thing? Guild Wars Bastion. Let's see what comes up. No. Just a whole bunch of things. It's just a fun word. Okay. I agree with most of this. God, I hope Ranger's not just a freaking bow. Fortress Knight class. Revenant getting two-handed shields. They said no new weapons. These lead specs might affect weapons we already have. Oh my god, the copium! The copium! Alright, hang on a sec. Let's get this over here. This is the thing where they said about the, no dedicated weapons, is what they said. It's still possible, yes, that they could be like, oh yeah, they can use shields now, but it's not a dedicated shield. But I feel like that's a big stretch. I feel like that's a huge stretch. Let's see. What else? Another great creation. What is this? Is that like a Minecraft armor stand? He's got like... Wait, someone's added arrows onto the nipple. Someone's added arrows. They're pierced. Those aren't just the normal icons. They've modified them. Oh my god. Alright, so... Where's the other one? There we go. It's like Daniel and the cooler Daniel. The bunny slippers. I didn't even see that. Big bow and arrow on his back. Yeah. What about shield main hand guardians? They can use shields in both hands. I would love to see it. I doubt that's going to be it though. The bow mustache was genius. Yes. Muk, lore bomb on paragons. After the rise of Palawa, Joko, and Yulr's one paragon went on the run. To save themselves, they snapped their spears to make daggers, which made spellbreakers. So a paragon can be used as a spear. It could also resonate with prior weapons like dagger main hand. I've never heard that. Interesting. Another good one. It's a new ranger pet for sure. This is 5 hours in MS Paint, chat. Blocked attack, ooh woo. It's so engy. This is wonderful. Yes, you are, Muk. It's literally explained in POF story. I don't remember learning about spellbreakers in the POF story. The main thing I remember about Path of Fire is Balthazar and Kralkatork and Joko and an Asura that was growing a bug under his arm skin. And then now you ride that beetle into combat. I still think it's possible 2 to 3 classes could have the same weapon class, especially if it's a class that has less overall weapon choices like Rev or Inji, or other classes won't necessarily get a new weapon. The symbol is probably more representative of the elite ability or mechanic. Yeah, I said it could be metaphorical. New one? That's stupid. Alright. Finally done with my lunch. Oh my god. Put that down. Let's see. Revs get Groots. Yeah, Revs are channeling Groot. Look at Seraph in the Guild Wars 2 wiki. Guild Wars Seraph. I talked about Seraph a lot when the winged helmet came out. I mean, are you just wanting me to like see the flag? That's the Seraph symbol. But the Seraph are like, they are in Divinity's reach. I think it would be weird for a Seraph to be like anything else, especially a Char. It'd be really weird for anything else to be a Seraph. You talked about it? Yeah, I talked about it when the helmet came out. Okay, let's see. Alright, let's take one more glance through here and see if there's anything here. FU on the Onxir Guardian. Bulwark. Paladin Tank, Warden. Shield playstyle kind of sucks in Guild Wars 2. Yeah, it's like it's not even there except for when you hit 4 or 5. Main hand shield. I can still dream. Legendary Quaggan stance, Shushadu. Ranger Warden be awesome. Obviously a shield, but the shape looks like a castle tower. Wonder if that implies an ability. I think the castle solidifies this as a tank spec. Pretty much Leaning Guardian won't have one yet. That settles it. Warriors get Winged Helm just like Core spec, and Guardian gets a shield just like the Core spec. Anything else would be confusing. Can an engineer build fortifications? Bring back turrets or something, hopefully. Turrets were so good in the vanilla game, arguably overpowered, and then they nerfed them, and then they just left them like crap for the next 10 years. Hey guys, hey Barry! My wildcard pick, engineer, true armored tank, focusing on building deployable cover. Or not. This guy has solved it. He's figured it out. Oh my god, he's nailing it. Just oops, all Revenant. Let's see. What's the thought process of that symbol meaning dervish on Rev? With sharpened will I cleave the wind in pursuit of shadows, I stir the waves. Have you seen Canon XO playing Guild Wars 2? I don't think so. I don't think I'm familiar with them. Let's see. It's a COD piece. All Revenant jokes aside, is actually Engineer, Guardian, Tank Spec goes to tank, Shield has 4 holes. What other class has 4 profession mech skills? Mesmer. What are you gonna fire clones out of the little slots? Is tomorrow gonna be all day Guild Wars 2 stream? We'll see. We will see. Slow pan in on a small portion of new map. Flash of an enemy. Husky or deep voice with cryptic message before cutting to the title of the next text pack. All told, 30 seconds of video followed by a minute of advertising pre-order versions and gem store items. Absolute cinema. Rev again. WTF, man. Guardians as expected. Paladin with focus on the shield for Guardian. 7th teaser translation is summon the wilderness back to the source, heal the world along its bounds. Hideo Kojima set him up pure smoke. Dual shield wielding warrior, the shielder. Let's see. Engineer turret revamp. Alright. Let's see. Okay. I think we got enough here to talk. Important question: do you think the mask is a fox or a rabbit? I think it's a rabbit, but it could be anything. Like, because it's like made out of flames, it's kind of warped. It could be a fox, but I'm leaning toward rabbit. We'll see. Okay, chat, let's do it. Alright, hello Guild Wars 2 gamers. Today is Monday, July 14th. We've got some Guild Wars 2 news. We have got the final of the 9 class teasers, as well as my own speculations for how all of these are going to fit into the 9 classes as they are, which will all get blown out of the water tomorrow once the expansion announcement happens. So really quick catch up for anyone who's been living under a rock. Guild Wars 2 has announced a new expansion coming out in, I believe, October. Tomorrow, at the time of recording this, so on July 15th, they are announcing what the expansion is. I would expect some sort of trailer. I would expect a list of the things that are going to make Guild Wars great again. A list of things that make it, something desirable to purchase. And then probably, they'll be taking pre-orders or something like that. In the past, like when new expansion comes out, they'll be like, oh, there'll be a new way of getting the sky scale. There'll be a new way of getting legendary armor, stuff like that. So they typically try to show you the best features up front to try to, get you interested in buying it. So we can expect to probably see what all 9 of these classes with some rough, description of what they do tomorrow. All right. That said, let's focus on today. We've got a new icon. It's a shield. Sure looks like a shield to me. Although some people disagree with me. Some folks think it's a new Ranger pet. I do not share that opinion. So we've got a new shield here, and it's got 4 little grooves or slots on the shield. Now, I'm going to, of course, share my thoughts, as well as some thoughts of some others that have thrown their ideas into the pot, and then how I think this is going to work. One, let's first talk what core classes have access to shield, or who has access to shield already. There's 2 possibilities. 1, it's a shield in the literal sense, and 2, it's a shield in the metaphorical sense. So let's first focus on literal and see what our brains can come up with. Who has shield already? Warrior, Guardian, Revenant, Engineer, Mesmer. However, Revenant and Mesmer have the shield with elite specs, and it is possible that you might get the new expansion and not have access to the old elite specs that came with those shields. So let's throw those out the window. Warrior, Guardian, and Engineer are what is remaining. Now, we are 99% sure that Warrior is Paragon, but we don't know which icon is Paragon. Those slots really got me thinking about a few pictures here. These are some old shields, some from fantasy, some from reality, that have slots on them. Those slots are used to basically, here's like a little sketch. You can have someone hold the shield and have a spear or javelin type instrument going through the slot. And basically that allows you to sort of protect yourself while poking at the guy in front of you, or maybe brace yourself if you had a large shield, you know, that you could kind of stick in the ground and have your spear going through it, and then you know, maybe brace against like, you know, incoming cavalry or something like that is the idea. And again, some of those ideas I pulled from history, some of those I pulled from fantasy, okay? Now, you could also use that slot, and you sometimes see this in games like Warhammer, for propping up a gun on it. You know, you could have the shield, and then in that, you know, notch on the top, you could have a gun, like a rifle or a shotgun or something, and then fire through that. So that gave me two thoughts. One was Paragon with spear and shield. The Paragon, historically, in the game's lore, would use a spear in one hand and a shield in the other. The other thought was pistol and shield, which of the classes I listed is Engineer. Engineer could possibly be holding the shield with a gun on that slot, and you'll be shooting through that while still keeping most of their body behind the cover of the shield. So again, I'm really, really focused on those slots there. The only one that makes less sense to me is Guardian. They do have shield, but they also have access to pistol, but only through expanded weapon proficiency. So I don't think it's Guardian. So I'm really leaning toward, again, if it's a literal shield and it's not a metaphorical one, if it's a literal shield, I think this is Warrior Engineer. I think this is a Warrior with short spear and shield, or Engineer with pistol shield. Now, what if it's a metaphorical shield? What do I mean by that? What if this shield is just a symbol of a class and not necessarily like the weapon it's focused on? Then what do we got? Maybe it's a shield in MMOs often refers to a tank spec. Excuse me. Hang on a sec. I'm gonna drink of water. Okay, so it could just be representative of a tank spec, and might be someone who's really good at being on the front line. Now, in Guild Wars 2, any class can tank. Literally any of the 9 classes, as weird as it sounds, can be the tank, but there's so little content that needs one. Typically, the tank can, you know, in MMOs will maybe taunt foes. They'll hold aggro. You know, they've got in games that have a threat meter, such as World of Warcraft, you have to keep your the aggression of the enemy on you higher than your allies. And you've got to keep the enemy, hitting you. You're getting hit. Maybe a healer's healing you, and the other people are DPS, and they're hitting the thing in the back and the sides. Now, in Guild Wars 2, our monsters are debatably a little bit smarter. They don't, if they see like an indestructible gnome in pigtails, they're like, well, I'm not going to hit you. I'm going to hit the other guys. You know, they'll wander around and they'll hit anything they want, with some exception. Of the, I think, 28 raid bosses, I think 10 or so of them, give or take, I'm probably not exact on that, use a tank mechanic. Some of them just, there's no threat table. Some of them just go for the person with the highest toughness, which is kind of a dumb thing to do, but the others will just go for someone who interacted with a button. Like, there will be something in the room you click on, and then you're the tank. Unless you die, then the boss goes crazy. So in those fights, you can use a tank. But in the rest of the game, open world, dungeons, fractals, strikes, it's kind of everybody just play as smartly as you can. If it's hitting Bob, heal Bob, and everyone else hit the thing in the back. If it's hitting Ted, heal Ted, and everyone else hit it in the back. You know, it's basically that. So what would a shield tank class, a protector, a defender, a shielder, what would that be in Guild Wars 2 if most of the stuff doesn't require aggro? Well, there is a provoke condition in the game that a few classes have short-term access to. It's a CC, and it forces enemies to attack you. there is no class that has excessive access to provoke. Maybe this class is getting access to provoke. Like a lot of it. That's a possibility. Also, maybe it just has a lot of like CC, like, you know, shield bash the enemy and stagger them. And maybe every time you land a CC, it puts a bit of barrier on your team. Like you are shielding them in just a different sense. You're putting shields on them. You know, maybe it has a lot of access to Aegis. I mean, Guardian already does, and Guardian's icon is a shield with a the Ankh symbol on it. I should have had that. Hold on, Guardian. Let's see, Guild Wars 2 Guardian icon. Hang on, just a second here. Where is? Hold on a sec. Perfect. Okay, so here's the Guardian thing. So we've got this symbol here. It's a shield that has like an Ankh type thing on it. Now, another thing, which this could be nothing, there's claw marks on this. What if this is supposed to be the Guardian shield, but the symbol's scratched off? All right? And my first thought, if we're chasing that line of logic, is the Oathbreaker Paladin from Dungeons & Dragons or Pathfinder. For those who have not played that, when you play a Paladin in either of those games, be it, you know, PC or like Baldur's Gate or pen and paper, there you got to take an oath. And it's usually like, oh, I'm going to save the orphans, or I'm going to do good in the neighborhood, or you know, I'll help grannies cross the street, whatever. You have an oath of something that you're trying to uphold, and you got a major stick up your backside about this oath, okay? If you break it, you become an Oathbreaker Paladin. And some people will try to hunt you down for that because you've just, you know, you've gone against the order. And there are people in charge of hunting down Oathbreakers. Maybe it's like that. Maybe it's like a guardian who went against the rules, and you're breaking a rule of some sort. I mean, the main thing is like guardians are not quite the same as paladins. You know, like guardians just like people that have the skill can do it. You know, it's not like so much a religious thing. You know, but I don't know. It comes to mind. So I see this and I think a little bit about like Oathbreaker Paladins because of like maybe the Ankh is scratched off the shield, or maybe it's a metaphorical shield and it's a tank build for someone that wasn't previously able to have a tank build. So, I mean, like, I don't know, you put this thing on Elementalist and then he puts like, you know, rock walls up in front of people to defend them. I don't know. Or if it is a shield in the physical sense, I think of Paragon with javelin and shield, or short spear and shield, or I think of engineer with pistol and shield. All of those are the ideas that came to my mind as I looked at this picture. Next thing is, let's see, hold on, did I use all my things here? Oh, I had another image here. I couldn't find one from real life. I don't know if it was just from fantasy or not, but I found someone that was doing the gun and shield thing. This shield has like a section missing at the top right to prop your gun on. This is from like a Warhammer figure or something, but this helps it just illustrate the idea that I was explaining to you. So there was like, you know, spear shield, there was gun shield. That was just the Reddit post. Okay, so I mentioned all of that. Now, it was pointed out to me as I was discussing my ideas with chat that there actually is art of a similar shield in the game on a Paragon. Spear and shield. And it's got the little slots. So I think this further reinforces the idea that that could be Paragon. Like, there's a very much a that could be Paragon. Now, I could be wrong. This is all just fun guesstimating, right? We're all just guessing here. But I feel like it's a higher chance of being Paragon than the other stuff I've come up with so far. Okay, so another thing. Some people pointed out to me something, and I want to reread something from a recent blog post, okay? With our next expansion, we're taking the next step. Elite specs are making a return, this time designed to work together with the flexible build crafting system that we've been refining over the past few years. However, these new specializations won't come with dedicated weapons. Instead, each one introduces unique profession mechanics, a new trait line, utility skills, elite skill, healing skill, and distinct playstyles without locking you into a specific weapon or equipment loadout. Now, we've mentioned the possibility of kits many times, where like a Bladesworn can use a kit to essentially just equip their gun saber, even though the gun saber is not an actual item in their inventory. Engineers do that with grenades, druids do it with Astroform, Firebrains do it with their tomes, stuff like that. They could very much add a kit of short spear and shield to a class if they want to, without actually giving them, you know, a new weapon type. So do I think they're going to do that? I don't know, but the option is open to them, and they've done it many times before. Following that, just a couple of quick laughs. The mustache being the little bow there is fantastic work by Mr. Modius on the subreddit. And then there was another one here, and I did notice they added arrows right there along the chest for some reason. So we've got a lot of people with some various ideas of how this is going to go. But there is the shield, and like I said, I can see a world where this is multiple different things. I feel like it's Paragon the most. And so to follow that up, with this being the final teaser, with the help of Charmon and chat, we have prepared Necromance. Nice job, Charmon. We have prepared a little thing to kind of do some guesswork on who is getting what. Now, this is, of course, a guess. The only thing, I want to be very clear here, because there's so many whiners on the internet. The only thing we know is picture. All right? Everything else is guesswork. All of y'all that are getting uppity and like name calling each other and stuff like that, get the stick out of your behind. We're just having some fun guessing. That's it. Okay, let's see. What do we got here? So, my personal thoughts on who is getting what in this. Necromancer. We are 99% certain, 0.9, that Necromancer is getting Ritualist. So the question is, which icon is Ritualist? I think it's that one right there. I agree with many other people that that is a Ritualist dagger, not a Assassin's dagger. It looks impractical. It looks like it is for some cultist sacrifice a goat type crap. I think that that is supposed to be the Ritualist icon. That's my belief on that. If I'm wrong on that, then I believe that's the Ritualist icon because it looks like a twisted version of the Ritualist icon from Guild Wars 1. But I am going to put the dagger there for now. And since I believe that that goes there, I believe the deck of cards is the thief. Because I thought the thief would either be one of these two. And since I'm locking in the dagger here, that leaves the deck of cards there for some sort of gambler build. I'm not sure what it does, but I think it's going to involve like gambling or luck. And I think that that's got to be thief. I think it's got to be thief. Next up, my own belief is I think the banjo, or the ukulele if you prefer, is the mesmer. Heavily because I don't really know why mesmer's associated with music. It doesn't make any sense to me, but when they're underwater, their underwater attacks fire like musical notes. They've got the virtuoso, which is a very musical theme. They have got, they had that April Fool's Day thing where they were told they were going to be minstrels, and then they said, just kidding, no, you're not. What's with the colors? I didn't make this. Someone else gave me the link to this tier maker. I didn't make it. Blue Necro, F's with my mind. I blame Charmon. All right, so I believe that Mesmer is getting Bard, or whatever that is. Okay? All right. Of the remainder, I am locking my guess in that this is Paragon. I could be wrong. I could easily be wrong. And if I'm wrong, my follow-up guesses for Paragon are those two. I think it's one of those three. But I'm locking in the shield with the spear slots as being Paragon. Now, a lot of people saying, but the helmet has wings. Yes, but the Paragon helmets often had an open front because they were focused on shout builds. They weren't like, shake it off! You know, they had their mouths available to scream at people at any time. So I do not think that that's the helmet. I don't think it. Okay? Next up, simply because of the sharp edges and how twisted and all it looks, I actually think this is Revenant. I hope I'm wrong on this one, because it looks really cool and I want it. I'm Ranger. I want it. But I honestly think that's Revenant just because of how like sharp and kind of demonic the artwork looks on that one. So I am putting the jaw or whatever that thing is at Rev for now. But I'll be honest, I kind of hope it's right here. Next up, we do have this very pretty winged helmet. I'm putting it in Guardian. Again, I've mentioned this when we went over the helmet at the beginning. It very much reminds me of the Seraph. However, the Seraph were a human organization in Divinity's Reach. It'd be kind of weird for other races, especially Char, to become Seraph. And it could be something else entirely. But I'm putting my guess for the closed winged helmet as Guardian. I'm going to put that there. Next up, we got 3 things remaining here. One of them has a noticeable element on it. And it is what appears to be flames in the shape of a rabbit, like a hare or a fox. I'm putting this as Elementalist. Maybe they summon, like, maybe it's a pet class. They summon a pet out of an element, you know? And maybe when they change elements, the pet would change with it, and it gets different skills and abilities. Maybe it looks kind of like a mask. Maybe it's a literal mask. Maybe they, you put it on like Ichigo from, what, I was trying to say freaking One Piece. Yeah, I watch an anime or two from time to time. Maybe it's from like Ichigo when he would go hollow form. And in Bleach, there we go. The word escaped me. And maybe it just powers them up in some way. I don't know, like with Soul Beast merge. My Hero Academia. Yes, Ichigo is going to be the Pirate King. Next time on Dragon Ball Z. Yeah, I know. Yeah, fail. All right, so we got 2 left. We got this atomic-looking thing and a bow and arrow. Atomic-looking thing could be a lot of things. Again, this looks like a warped version of the Ritualist icon from Guild Wars 1. It also could just be, I mean, it's a ball. Elementalists love balls. Like, I've got it on good authority that they're crazy about balls. Like, friggin' like jade spheres and fireballs and water balls and mud balls, they love balls. Like, so this could very easily be Elementalists. Alright, so it could be Ellie. It could be a warped version of the Ritualist Guild Wars 1 icon. It could be a nuclear reactor. Nuclear engineer unlocked. They've harnessed the power of the atom. God have mercy on our souls. And that leaves the class that already has bow and arrow getting more bow and arrow. I hope I'm wrong on this one. I don't want this. I don't want more archery for my archer. He's got enough archery. Give me something else new and interesting. However, my guess is this. Now, maybe Revenant is going to channel Aiden, the archer from Guild Wars 1, and become a professional archer. And then we get the weird jaw thing. That's completely possible. The Revenant's the wild card. Revenant could be channeling Saul Alessio and become a professional gambler. Revenant could channel Aiden. Revenant could channel a Master Bard. Revenant could channel a Ritualist from Guild Wars 1. They could just channel a dead fox, because why not? They could channel a professional tank. They could channel Heisenberg. They could channel Gwen Thackeray, who was a Seraph. This is it. Say Revenant gets everything. Just close it up. Revenant gets everything. This expansion is just like, oops, all Revenant cereal. That's it. That's the final guess. All right, but yeah, that's my guesses. I'm locking them in. Let me see if I can remember where I had all of these. Let's see. Ellie, Necro, Mesmer. No, this was here, and then that, and then that. Okay, so that is my guess. Now, again, some of these I'm pretty confident in. Others were process of elimination, and I hope I'm wrong on some of them, just because I'm a Ranger main and I want something new and interesting. But luckily for all of you who disagree with me, I have no impact on balanced decisions. So that is my guesses. I'm locking them in, and we will find out tomorrow if I'm right or very, very wrong. All right, there we go, chat. And done. Rangers getting spirit pets. Yeah, Rangers, maybe our spirits will follow us again, like at launch. That'd be great. What time tomorrow is the update? Don't know. But if they do it at the time they usually do it, noon Eastern time. Dual wielding pets Ranger. Dual wield it. Yeah, the Ranger has a cat under each arm, and they each shoot lasers. I think that was a skin. Hold on. CSGO cat skin. Where is it? Cat gun skin? Hold on. Oh, I think I found it. I think I found it. Here we go. There you go. Engineers are getting cat guns. I'm gonna mute that because of copyright. There we go. And then you pet the cat to reload. The Chuka and Chopawat melee version? Yeah, exactly. Mod, can you share the link for the board? This thing? Sure. There you go. Someone else gave it to me. That's why Necromancer's blue. You ever seen Mr. Toots, the gun from Red Faction that fires rainbows? I have not seen that. Do you think tomorrow is the live patch or just the reveal? Someone was saying that tomorrow they will be playable, which I think not. Okay, I will just say they have not announced that. If it's playable tomorrow, that will be an awesome surprise for all of us. They have not announced that. So, no, I'm not really thinking it's going to happen, no. It'd be kind of like when they're like, oh, hey, see this trailer for a game called Hi-Fi Rush? It's out now! Go buy it! Like, that was a huge surprise. So not really expecting that. I think Fox and Bo switch for Bo Elias toolkit. Fox and Bo switch. Like that? Really? They gotta make so many things for elements, might as well make a toolkit Bo for them. The shield was the latest reveal? Yeah, the shield that is, hang on, right there. That's it right there. This is a good bingo card for elite specs. Bingo, let's go. Nice. All right, cool. With that, chat, I am out of time. I need to put away my dishes here. I need to get this video set up to go up on the YouTube. And I will be back for Mutiny Monday in about 5 hours later this evening, where I'm going to be continuing playing the Rift Breaker with chat integration, and you guys mess with me while I am doing it. And I'll be back tomorrow, maybe for an all-day Guild Wars 2 stream, maybe just the normal ones, but tomorrow morning, really looking forward to it. We're going to see if we're right or wrong about any of these guesses and what the hell these classes actually are. Because we have done so much guesswork. Hopefully it's something to get excited about. So, as always, thank you guys for being here. Hit the follow button on Twitch. Subscribe if you're watching on YouTube. Here's the links to both the YouTube channels if you haven't seen them already. And a special thank you to our patrons who keep us in business. Couldn't do it without you guys. With that, I am going to raid someone on the Twitch side of things just to support the community. Give me just a second if you're on Twitch. Let me see who is still here. Let's see. You know what? There is someone in the Guild Wars category that currently has 1,000 viewers. They don't need the raid. However, they're trying Guild Wars for like their first time. Their name is Canon. I don't know them. I am gonna raid them and just like be like really friendly and like welcome them to the community. Say hope they're enjoying their time. And I would encourage you guys to do some like happy emotes, whatever you like. And I will see you guys over there. And I will be back tonight. See ya.
We're near done. It's another Rift event. Oh my god. No. I'm not doing this shit. Ain't no way. Ain't no way.